Hello everyone, welcome back to my Beechcraft Starship Circumnavigation with the Apollo 13 audio at this point. We're going to be flying from Erickson Air Base to Anchorage with the Starship. We'll be in real time with real world weather. There seems to be some swirly thing over here that should be fun. I thought about going along the Aleutian Islands instead of straight, but that would take at least another hour, so I think I'll just go straight and bear with the water instead, even though that'll be a little bit boring. And so we'll be taking off from Erickson, and yeah, I'm going to start the Apollo 13 audio just before they're about to make the burn around the moon to get back home. So they'll be on the far side of the moon, and it's very tense and everything. Unsure about how that's going to work out for them. Of course, they're using the Lunar descent module engine to do the burn around the moon in order to...
We're now approaching the T-minus 1 minute
wait.
mark.
I'm gonna have to set it up right and get the right timing. So this will be roughly 75 hours before... 75 hours into the mission. Gimbal lock threatens. Well, somewhere around there. I think the main thing is when white team relieves gold team, so there's Gene Kranz in charge again. And we will start out at 75 hours in.
Heaters. Rendezvous radar standby open. Landing radar open. Under stab control. Attitude direct control close. Under ED. Logic power A open. And under lighting utility.
Hello there, Bowling
open.
Launch coverage. We're going to Anchorage. And we're in the Aleutian Islands right now at PASY. And so we're 75 hours into the Apollo 13 audio, and they're preparing for the burn around the moon that will bring them back home.
Glycol pump auto transfer close. Under COM, VHF-B transmitter open. VHF-A receiver open. Under pings, signal strength display open. IMU operate.
Make sure I have my fuel.
Under EPS, row 5. Cross tie bus open. And inverter 1 close. Over.
Bit cold here in Alaska. Increase the temp.
That's Charlie Duke at the capsule communicator's position, passing up changes to the contingency procedures to Fred Hayes aboard Aquarius. We're at 75 hours, 2 minutes now into the flight, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo
1,259 nautical miles. Let's see what kind of time we make with it. About 4 hours.
I want the S-band antenna open, RDO open. AC bus A, tape recorder open. Second row.
This field needs work, though. Erickson Air Base, for some reason they don't even have any markings on it. It's weird.
Third row. Rendezvous radar standby heater open. Landing radar heater open. Under stab control. Attitude direct breaker closed. ED logic power A open. Lighting utility open. Under ECS suit fan 1 closed. Auto transfer closed. Under COM VHF-B transmitter open. VHF-A receiver open.
Nope, none of those.
Under paint, signal strength display open. IMU operate closed. Bottom row, EPS cross-side bus open. Inverter 1 closed.
Roger, Fred. Good read back, starting with panel 16. On the flight displays, row 1. SE cross pointers open. RCS system Bravo. Quad 1 TCAs close. Quad 2 close. Quad 3 close.
Still a
Quad
lot of
4
trim.
close. Second row. Under lighting. Flood is your choice. You can either use them or not. Under ED, logic power, Bravo, open. ECS, suit flow control, open.
Not that much.
Third row, under comm, display, open. VHF-A transmitter, open. VHF-B receiver, open. S-band antenna, open.
Hello, Atlantis.
Fourth row, under heaters, display, open. Under EPS, inverter 2, open. And that's it. Read back, over.
Okay, panel 16, top row, flight displays, system engineer cross pointer open. RCS system B, quads 1 through 4 TCAs all closed. Second row, lighting, flood. We'll probably have
Oh, I guess I'll turn right.
logic power B, open. ECS, suit flow control, open. Intercom, display, open. VHF-A transmitter, open. VHF-B receiver, open. S-band
Beechcraft
antenna,
Starship,
open.
that's right.
Bottom row, heaters, display, open. Under EPS, inverter 2, open.
Roger, good read back. Okay, continuing on. Nothing on page 6, nothing on page
Hello,
7.
sheeps.
Nothing on page 8 or 9. Nothing on page 10 or 11. On page 12, we want
They're getting
the
sorted out
to
for the burn
perform-
around the moon and all that business. We're going to Anchorage.
We're now at 75 hours 6 minutes and show a
So I
distance
picked it
away
up,
from the moon
picked
of
up the
58
Apollo 13 audio
48 nautical
at
miles.
75 hours.
13 now traveling at 44.
I'm expecting a 4-hour flight.
relative to
That should cover
Okay,
us
go ahead, page 12 on there.
through all the good
Okay,
stuff.
Fredo, on page 12, we want the misspin update. We got some vectors for you and a P30 pad. And we'll, when you get to that state, we'll let you know when we want to upload.
Maybe
Okay.
maybe we'll
Activation
miss PC
and self-test
plus 2
for
burn.
the entire procedure. On page 13,
Maybe.
under Ags Align, do step 1. Under DAP set, gimbal throttle test. Do step 1 with the following change.
Oh, you meant me. I did make a Dark Star mod. It was the SR... Oh, for MSFS 2024. I thought you meant... No, I haven't figured out making planes in Flight Sim yet.
Okay, I'll catch up here on page 12.
First, I want to make some
Mission
scenery.
update, some vectors and a P30.
That's easier.
And we're to do the entire AGS activation and
They're pretty
self-test.
close.
On page
It'll happen
13,
during this flight, obviously.
we'll do
The
Ags
exact
Align.
time
And under DAP set, gimbal throttle test, step
is a
1.
change of shift
I
press
changed, throttle
conference,
control manual to throttle control
review
auto.
of mission rules.
Good read back. Turning over to page 14, step 2. We want you to change the DAP.
It's
to now
actually
46.
pretty late, so actually I'm gonna change the timing.
021.
It's actually after periapsis that they do
Then
things.
after the noun 47,
I'm gonna move ahead a little bit.
insert verb. Okay, you got it, babe. We'll have some mission rules for you momentarily, and the power down checklist, and also a PTC setup. Over.
Assuming nominal execution is
We are over Alaska, roughly speaking. These are the Aleutian Islands. Well, I passed an Aleutian Island. We're basically going through Alaska to Anchorage. Anyway, Apollo 13 is approaching lunar periapsis.
Stand by on the P-52.
They have more fuel than needed for sure. It's a little bit complicated because they can only use the descent module, and the descent module has to push also the Apollo Command and Service module. No, the reason why they wanted to do the burn after periapsis is probably some of the aiming for the landing, and also probably because they wanted to be in comms.
Trying to do this P-52, and be advised, you guys are hot mic if you haven't heard of it.
I don't think Oberth was that good for this anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some radial to it. I don't think it was prograde retrograde, let me put it that way. Don't think it was a simple burn. Yeah. Sorry, I'll bring that back up in a sec. Trying to get a map up. Oh, I should get Volanta up as well, so it logs my flight, because the stock logbook is horrible.
Charlie, are you through with your checklist updates now? Okay.
Well, I don't think they were that thrown off. They weren't already. I don't think they were already on a free return, but I think they might have corrected that before approaching the moon. But
Apollo Control Houston, 75 hours, 26 minutes.
I forget
Apollo 13,
whether they had that sorted out before approaching the moon. They weren't originally on a free return.
Traveling at a speed of 4,631
And that's
feet per
because
second.
they had done the free return with Apollo 11 and Apollo 12, but then they decided that they were okay and they would skip the free return initially. No, it's not very hard to get back on the free return trajectory anyway. It's like a minor RCS burn, as long as you do it early. Well, it wasn't the one mission. They would still probably not have the free return on some of the other ones. It gives them more flexibility if they don't try to do the free return thing.
Okay, it does all funny sounds and funny things in the CSM. That's why I sort of suspicious part of it. Like that. Okay, you double check and all your guys.
Re-entry from the moon to Earth. Well, it's slightly more possible now. The X-37B seemed to be able to come back from at least geostationary orbit, so that's a positive.
Go ahead, Fred.
But all the way from the moon, I don't know. We haven't done it, so. But at least we've brought a space plane back from a high orbit,
Okay, we have
and that recently for the very first time.
pads to give you, and stand by us. We'll check to see if we have anything else.
The wind is good. We have a 35 knot tailwind.
Where's that GNN book?
Okay, let me bring that back up.
There we go. Go ahead, Hale. Say again, our present attitude right now, no PTC. Okay, yeah, I'm aware of that. Right.
Okay,
Okay.
about all we have to do is to send up your state vectors and target loads, and that'll have to wait a couple of minutes till we get ready to do so. And if you're ready to copy, I can give you P30 maneuver pad for PC +2, and after that, probably you should eat, and then we'll regroup again to send up other things. Over.
Okay, I'm ready to copy a P30 PC +2.
Okay. Okay, this is preliminary P30 LEM maneuver PC +2. Starting down 33, 079, 27, 4007, plus 08192.
Cloud's not looking quite so good
Minus
today.
00200.
Okay.
I'm not sure how realistic those look.
02189. NA.
Okay. Hey, you know how John's
Plus
doing that,
00209.
So far, 56 hours in the plane.
08482.
I wrote on what I saw from Mission
420.
and asked him to review it.
274. 082. Plus 08203.
Well, at least the computer could understand this sort of burn, and they had planned for it. Normally, the descent module engine was not supposed to push around the CSM, of course, but apparently they did program the system to allow for it. Alaska just has special clouds? It's possible, I suppose.
62480. LEM weight 33576.
Interesting that they have a simulation there from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter.
5 seconds at minimum, followed by 21 seconds at
Don't know exactly how
40%.
that simulation is supposed to look like. I am going to, I'll be flying again tomorrow during the Vulcan launch. There happens to be a Ariane 62 launch as well at the same time satellite, so hopefully one of them will launch. But yes, unfortunately, of course, it's National Reconnaissance Office launch for Vulcan, so we're not going to get the upper stage bit. But yes, I'm going to try my best on that.
Okay, a PC +2, 079er.
Cassini. Well, I remember Cassini, yeah.
Plus 08.
Yeah, I don't know why there's one moon like this and another moon like that and what they're trying to show there.
Minus 02189er. In flash A. Plus 002.
Oh, USSF. Well, I'm still presuming that we're not going to get upper stage, right?
274 082 plus 08203 minus 00200
No, I
minus
don't recall hearing about it on TV when Cassini launched.
flash A under a mark.
Don't know, well,
10 seconds.
but I mean, maybe I just forgot.
62480. Them weight 33576. Dip throttle profile. 5 seconds at idle.
I bet you the Japanese covered it better than we did.
Remainder at max.
Roger, that's correct, Fred. And if you'll haul out a maneuver pad,
That's
I'll
too
give
much.
you your
Engine can
Roger,
get
that's correct, Fred.
over hot
If you'll
because
take out a
we're
maneuver pad, I'll give
going
you some,
slow and not
landing
taking enough air.
information over.
So I have to pitch down so it can get more air. I believe
Okay,
so.
you're talking in the CSM update book?
I believe so, Atlantis.
Yeah, that's a firm.
We got it right here. Make sure it's correct. Open them.
was possibly more attentive to space things at that point.
Right. So you have that communications configuration to give us a high bit rate data necessary for uplinking 27 updates. When we get a chance, why don't you go through that guidance, and will you stand by for uploading?
The whether the upper stage gets shown or not is above satellite's pay grade. Yeah, I understood what satellite meant there.
Some high bit rate data here.
Cassini's older than you. Okay,
This is a CSM maneuver pad to monitor
that makes sense.
PC +2, and it's going to be mainly blank, except I want to give you your noun 61 latitude and longitude, range to go for the EMS and that sort of thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, at the top, purpose is monitor PC +2. Everything is blank until you get down to noun 61. Latitude as follows: -2147, -16500,
I suppose it'd be more correct to say it was.
11660.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it right to say is older than you when it's already passed away, as it were?
1423920.
Oh yes, the original Cassini.
Over.
Okay, monitor
Well,
PC +2 and noon 81
In that case, Atlantis' statement was right in both ways.
-16500.
But we understood that he was talking about the probe, right?
1423920.
In any case,
Roger, that's
we
correct.
accept
Fred,
that
we
Cassini
now
is
would
older
like to
than
get you in a
Atlantis. That's fine.
configuration to
And regardless
uplink
of
your
how you
state
count it.
vector and target load. So if you're ready to copy,
Enco,
have
are you
some
monitoring?
Regardless of which Cassini,
changes for
the
you.
molecules, the astronomer, or the probe you are talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
okay, circuit breaker panel 11, up data link close.
Tropical storm Erin is supposed to become a major hurricane later this week. 90% of models right now have it hooking north.
Voice function.
10% show it's smacking Florida.
Change of
Well,
shift briefing is ready to start.
place your bets,
right
I
now.
guess.
The participants are in the auditorium, ready to start right
And
now.
then
Who and data.
Okay, we're now in Pua data and switches and breakers are configured. You got it.
Some
Okay, thank
molecule
you.
maybe
Coming loud and
from
clear.
Cassini ended up there, and Huygens, potentially. Probability says that that would be the case,
we have
yes.
high bit rate data.
At least an atom from them.
Flight guy. Go guys.
I don't know satellite. I don't know anything about. Well, that's not true, but
Flight retro. No retro.
I've forgotten everything I used to know about hurricanes.
Look for dip trim, understand from control. You want to use the LEM engine where it is now.
Apollo Control Houston, 75 hours, 37 minutes.
Well, see,
That
Maneuver here.
nitrogen sort of just passes through everything. If they still had pressurized compartments, if they still had nitrogen in them, I think they probably did instead of just having vacuum with the electronics. There's probably a nitrogen atom or nitrogen molecule N2 that would have passed through
How do you back out?
Cassini and
You have the rate
Huygens
low, you
in
go
the
reverse
mix.
that sequence. That's something. Okay.
Well, when I used to know about them, they were typhoons, and I lived in Hong Kong, so and I was young, so it probably doesn't matter too much.
So once Lane say it again. Yeah, that's once we give the computer back to him. just
Typhoons
find out
are very
if
common in
it's
Hong Kong,
reversible, you
yeah.
wrote it up.
Yeah, got that new voice function switches down voice back up and range into off.
Okay.
Low bit rate, of course.
Well, that's the best way to go.
Apollo Control, Houston,
I also
35 hours,
technically
38
took a
minutes. Our
climate
LOS,
course where we
clock
learned about
emission
hurricanes
control
and how they work too,
shows
but
we're,
that was college
1
and
hour,
that was 20 years ago, so
29
there's that
minutes,
too.
45 seconds from time of loss of signal from 13
I forget,
as the spacecraft passes over
I need to
the
check what latitude Hong Kong is at.
This is
Let's
Apollo
see.
Control, Houston, continuing to monitor.
Give me coordinates, I don't care about the date. (22° north). So it's a much lower latitude, so it'd probably be less frequent than Florida. Because it's right on the tropic. Or actually it's a little bit under the tropic, so the tendency would be for the hurricanes to, the hurricanes to move away from that towards the north. Unless they formed relatively close. They usually form at the tropics and then they get caught up in the westerly winds, which push them north and then eastward. I mean, probably Hong Kong and Tampico would get similar amounts. Or Yucatan, something like that.
You take a look over the various alarm codes.
I guess Yucatan does get
into
hit
this
quite a
burn,
lot,
there's
though.
Still a go from a standpoint of continuing the burn. That's very well. Still may be very similar to what you've got for PDI. Right.
Well, you wouldn't pick Hong Kong. It's a little bit populated. Oldest KSP player or a modder? I don't think anybody's figured that one out, but I'm certainly not it. Nice thing about Hong Kong, though, is that the populated side is away from the water, and there's a huge peak between the ocean and the populated side. So actually the city is shielded by basically a small mountain range. Unlike Florida, which is flat. Very, very, very flat. And a swamp. They're being very quiet. Let me just see where we're at here. Oh, change of shift press conference. I guess we'll listen to that. That's coming up soon. So I guess that's what's happening. One shift is going out, another shift's coming in, and that's why it's so quiet.
Flight from Yaw. Go, Yaw. His machine. Okay. Capcom, it's his computer. Control and Telemu, are you ready now to go back to low bit rate data?
Ring of Fire shenanigans, yes.
Okay, Capcom, you can
Would
back
be
out of
a
the
good bet.
procedure, and you could also give them
More
that
like the
data
east
for
coast of the
checking
United
alignment
States
there, and
is
also tell them that we
very
don't
unusually
anticipate,
flat.
that we're
And
gonna
that's
require
because
them to
it
keep them out
doesn't
of the
have anything going on. It's very boring and it's highly weathered. So you'll know very intricate coastline, lots of ins and outs on the eastern seaboard coastline, lots of little barrier islands and stuff like that, lots of little lakes and such. Not really tall mountains because they've all been weathered away. The Appalachians are really short because they've been weathered down. They're old.
And the delta V of that burn is 848 feet per second.
And not a whole lot of new tectonics going on.
As you can well imagine, we've looked at trade-offs after this burn, what we've got left in front of us after that.
Will be required.
Of course, the prime thing to drive that will be our analysis of the consumables.
Other places tend to be bumpier.
And the third thing
Present indications are that if things hold as they are,
But smoother coasts.
making the 140.
You'll note that the West Coast is very smooth.
Our most critical consumable is the water.
Yeah, in general,
We expect
you'll find a lot more smooth places than the eastern seaboard.
almost minimal level. There's a couple of things we could do to get a little bit more power off the spacecraft.
Canyon Lake and finish your scuba diving certification this weekend, okay?
Things like that rather than keep it calm up.
Yes, I have mentioned to Sheeps that you were into scuba. You guys should talk.
Which will keep all, at that level we'll have the ECS system.
You ever fix an orbiter? Aerodynamics is difficult. And tweaking space planes is difficult, for sure. This is why I like only tweaking my own space planes and not real life ones. Because A, it's more rewarding, it's my own design, and B, I don't have to worry about what happened in real life with them.
Supplemental water out of the pulses or out of the command module. But that is still an alternative available to us. We can use some water out of the cliff, or both of the cliffs, and we can also get some water out of the command module. And don't ask me how much, because I forgot. Have to check it before I left.
Power amp off. That's on panel 16.
I think that's about all we got. If you've got questions concerning trajectory and options available.
So this press conference that we're hearing on the right channel, the spacecraft communications on the left channel.
Do you have a timeline yet at which point you jettison the LEM and the service module?
We've got that in a preliminary fashion, Paul. Right now we're planning to jettison the service module at 2 hours prior to entry interface, and to get rid of the LEM at approximately 1 hour prior to entry interface. Those numbers are subject to update.
You would have to keep it really cold, Atlantis. How are you going to keep liquid helium cold? Usually we use the helium to keep other things cold.
So those numbers may change, but that's order of magnitude of what we're talking about.
So does that mean you're going to use the platform in the LEM to scamper back and kind of gauge the entry angle and burn and hold on to it to the last minute?
No. We'll bring the CSM platform up for a normal entry, and we will be over into the CSM. It won't be a case of running over to the CSM at the last minute. We'll be over there plenty early enough to make the timeline comfortable.
Probably whatever way you're going to try and cool liquid helium would be heavier than just carrying the gaseous helium.
We've run these simulators both here and at the Cape and at the contractors continuously ever since last night. I can't tell you exactly.
Even the rockets carry the helium in gaseous form in their carbon overwrap tanks, right?
We've tried to simulate virtually everything that we've had the crew to do that is non-normal that they've done. And we've proven most everything that we've been able to run on the simulator prior to passing it up to
no, I doubt it.
At least we've checked the feasibility of everything we've done, and we'll continue to do that.
Atlantis is being suspicious again.
Can you give us some information on the crew's status?
You were doing so well for a while, Atlantis. You were making sense.
I can kind of tell you what was scheduled. I don't know how much they got because
well, 150 feet is pretty
we did the
deep.
sun check, and I know Jim Lovell
but only
was
going to 40.
was supposed to be, but We had scheduled, I think, about a 6-hour sleep period for both
Nitrox
Jack
tools.
Swigert and Jim Lovell. And as I say, they were up a little bit early, or at least Jim Lovell was up a little early. I imagine Jack was too.
Go ahead, Mike. Raj, can you give me your RCSA B and dip
We haven't
status?
cleared
I'd
them
like
as
to
far
get
as
across the
status.
board and tag up.
They sound okay to me.
We're 71% in
The,
A right now and 72% in B.
I'm sure this shift may get into that eventually. There may be a crew status.
So it looks like we're going at a good clip, 359 knots, 45 knot tailwind.
How far will the spacecraft be from the moon when the burn is performed?
Okay, give me your dips propellant remaining.
Sure. That's pretty tough to answer. I really don't think I have the data here, but
So about
we'll
3
be
hours and
past
7
the
minutes.
front side of the moon. I can assure that it'll be 2 hours past the closest approach to the back of the moon, so it'll be out from the moon probably several thousand miles, and off to the side.
More or less between the Earth and the moon, then, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why that cut off.
Burn.
Several thousand miles.
Yes, I'm sure at least.
Roger, Bill. Mind give me your consumable status? The O2.
Okay. O2 rate. You want rates or just quantity?
Both.
Okay, let me briefly, for those of you who didn't hear, he was asking what we plan to do with the platform after the burn and then how we realign it. Really is what he said. We plan, we'll turn everything down after the burn.
The time I've spent with the Beechcraft Starship so far, Atlantis, would have been with the Dark Star enough time to circle the world 10 times, if that's what you're asking.
Stabilize the vehicle and maybe start a slow roll rate and then turn everything off. And the vehicle dynamics are somewhat unpredictable because of all the flush problems that you have with that much coming on board. But we'll just let that go and drift.
Yep.
Until we
It takes about
if we had to make a
5 hours to circle the world with Dark
then
Star.
we would repower the LGC and the IMU and the LEM. And we got some options available to us there. Probably what we do is do this Earth-Sun alignment if we can't see stars in the EOC.
And it's been 56 hours with the plane so far, so I'm giving it a little bit of buffer there.
Try the AOC again on some stars. It's 5th and 5th, and we do a P52 using the Earth-Sun. And that should give you, yes, an alignment to a half a degree. Now there's some other options there. You mentioned one. You could power up the command module and align its computer and then do a dock line like we did last night. But of course that takes power out of the command module, which we don't want to do unless we have to. But that is another option available to you.
Jerry, what is the
People still use tables.
the service module
I guess there's an app for it.
followed by the lunar module?
Go ahead and call. Configuration to the burn.
Why don't you do? I think it's probably because we have to push pull with the service module. We won't do that earlier.
The point is the normal function of the service module jettison logic won't work. In other words, the service module won't jettison itself. So
Let me get the
we have to
mission
use the LEM
milestones on.
to actually
Oh no, that's not what I want.
get away from the service module.
I don't know what the
and then we plan
moon
to use
simulation
the
thing is
pressure
actually trying to show
flow
there,
running
so.
away from the command module.
I'll Apollo 10.
And the point is we will.
So
all
we'll have
these things will
the
be done in
numbers there.
non-critical
Distance from the
directions.
moon,
So
3,800
in other
and
words, we won't change the conditions
descending.
at entry,
Yeah.
Just the
So you'll have that.
2 or 3 miles of this distance as we come in. So in other words, the LEM will be separated in distance, but the entry flight path angle and command module.
Dive computer is not an app, okay.
If you don't want it, give me an average.
Any
How much does a
examples of
dive
the
computer
kinds
cost?
of tests that were run in the simulators, and
Okay, procedures, you want to
what
hold off on that?
kinds of things you learned from these tests?
Well, we did. We simulated a dot dips burn both with the service module on and off. We did some Earth-Sun alignment techniques. We tried different attitude control modes
analog stuff.
using either the hand controller, the ACA in the limb,
Oh,
or
same.
using the TCCA, the
Oddly.
translation controller in the limb, to evaluate those different handling techniques and qualities.
Ooh, 1,200. Oh, I'll stick to the tables too if I go
We've
diving.
done this thing that I mentioned. while
Basic
ago
ones,
about
the 150.
PCC,
Still.
and then turning
I'll
everything off.
stick to
We've
the
done some
tables.
work
It's
on that.
fine.
think
I can
we'll
do math in
talk
my
about
head
that
too,
on
so
Monday this
it's
afternoon.
probably okay.
That's about all I can think of right off.
Was there anything special you learned from these, that something that just wouldn't work that you thought might otherwise work in this kind of situation?
I can't tell you of any big surprises that we ran into. I know
Whooper?
we found out that that it was a little quicker to move the vehicles around using the translation controller as opposed to the ACA. Although you could use a little less propellant using the ACA.
Well, 170 feet would be a different thing. At that point, you put enough money down on the training and all that business anyway.
Did the sun check, so no big surprises though.
That would be a whopper, not a whooper.
Jim Lovell made a rather cryptic remark concerning the possibility that Apollo 13.
Unfortunately,
may
these are actually
be
two different
the
words in
last
English,
moon mission for a long time, and
so you don't get away with misspelling it.
reception over the radio was such that we didn't get anything but garbles afterwards, or for that matter, just immediately beforehand. And I was wondering if he made any further comments concerning this particular comment, and if he elaborated on that theme at all, and if not, what you think he may have meant by the statement.
Control from flight.
Well, I didn't hear any of that. I've been in the control center since 6:30 this morning.
Conclude your comments.
I wouldn't try to speculate on what he was saying
I want to start going
at all.
around the horn.
Why don't you ask him if he did it? He'll be around.
Make sure everybody understands the rules and all agree to them.
I don't mean to avoid your question. It's just
when was the last time I had a whopper?
We keep hearing that
Possibly like
the object of all the saving
7 years ago or something like that, maybe? I don't know if it was a Whopper or not. I know it was a Burger King burger. I would say last time I had a Burger King burger would probably be about 7 years ago.
Latest time about 96 amp hours capability in the command module. And
I mean, I have no need to
is on the order of half of that
eat
or a little less.
outside food unless it's good outside food. After all, I cook. So if I'm gonna eat outside food, it's probably not gonna be fast food. It's probably gonna be good quality stuff.
What is the duration of the burn, and will this quick reentry increase the reentry speed?
I mean, again, probably before the
5 seconds and then for 10 seconds and then 5 seconds at idle.
yeah, before the pandemic, probably I had in and out once. So maybe 6 years ago, something like that.
10 seconds of 2 quad knowledge prior to the burn. The burn is basically pointed towards the Earth.
I do eat burgers
It
though.
will speed up the entry conditions as opposed to the...
It's practically the only way I eat beef, actually.
Speed them up to what?
Except if I could get a good yakiniku place, I'd do that.
Roughly 36,
I don't mind yakiniku,
210 feet per second.
but there aren't any good yakiniku places here. Do I like In-N-Out? Not really. I mean, I'll eat it if I'm really, really hungry.
Not much. Didn't speed it that much.
Oh, just very small amount.
Yes, this, in fact, we've entered at higher velocities than this. If you want to take it for a minute.
John Lannon.
But I sure know where to get better
Give us some
burgers,
kind of a feel for what
but not at the same price.
The situation is with the lithium hydroxide canisters, the numbers aboard, and what the maximum operational period on what you have will be. And also, how is the command module PCS handling the CO2 up there? Is it cycling through the command module canisters, or is it going in some other direction?
Let me answer your second question first. No, we're doing all of the scrubbing with the CO2 with the LEM system, and we've come up with with a procedure, and I'm not sure whether it's been read to the crew yet or not, but we've come up with a procedure where we can fix up the command module canisters.
Greatest burger place I can think of. There are just too many. There are a lot of places that make competent burgers. I don't know if there's one that really stands out.
It's something else that's being simulated. In fact,
The most interesting burger I ever had
that's another thing that's been simulated here in Houston. In order to
was at a restaurant called Justin's,
CO2 canisters
and
in the command module up,
it had like
opposed to using
the same size as the patty, a mushroom.
LEM system up.
So it was a mushroom
Around 75
burger, and
hours,
like
which I guess is just now passed or a little long ago, 75
the
76 hours.
the mushroom was
The,
huge. It's the same size as the patty, and somehow they managed to make that work out. I wouldn't say that I want too many mushroom burgers, but it was impressive that they could make it work out.
Canisters until after this burn, when we get things settled down. And then at that time, we'll implement this procedure, and based on that, there would be all kinds of, if that procedure works okay, there would be all kinds of lithium hydroxide canisters available. I don't know the exact number, but
I don't know why you would call it oh well, because of Super Mario Brothers, those mushrooms. Well, there are a lot of mushrooms beside those, but yeah, okay.
Command module.
Then we'd have to look at minimizing the usage there on the thing. I haven't looked at all the procedures that we would go to, but I don't think we're not out in left field, even if we couldn't do that. It just means that we'd have to push that thing probably a little further than nominal. The cancer themselves. It just means that the millimeters of mercury of the PCO2 would probably get a little higher than you'd like to have it, but not to a dangerous level.
We're in some kind of return to Earth trajectory right now.
Chuck, could you go into a little bit of detail as to how you will unload the service module since it can't do it itself? You said it'd be a push-pull arrangement. Would you explain that just a little bit more?
Okay, well, they're running relative motion studies for recontact. Basically, they align the spacecraft with the
go down the line.
LEM pointing straight away from the Earth.
These will be limits for
and then we'll yaw 45 degrees out of plane. Do 1 foot per second forward, then do a service module jettison, and 1 foot per second backwards. So now we have a velocity of 1 foot per second between command module.
So they're talking about how to get rid of the service module when they can't use the service module RCS. They need to get it away from the command module.
The command module pointed out on the radius vector, yard 45 degrees out of plane, clean out of it, get out of LEM, seal it back up, and then with the pressure in the tunnel, pop it off, and then come in and do the entry.
So they actually get rid of the service module first, and then get rid of the LEM.
This morning, Lenny said that the water usage seemed to be settling down to a much more satisfactory rate. At that time, we had a figure around 2.7 pounds per hour after the 17 amp powered down configuration, and that he said would give us about a
not in those days. It wasn't good food. They did their best, but it was mostly tubes. Things picked up a bit on Skylab. The problem is they didn't have a way to heat up food. So it was all in tubes, and that was about it. I think they had some sort of other things, but they had to use a lot of pretend when describing what they were eating. But Skylab had enough power that it could heat up food and also keep food cool. So they basically had the food in refrigerator, and there they had a little bit better options. They had proper trays, and they would have a good selection of food. And then the shuttle had a much better selection of food. Actually, I have the Skylab at a shower, and they decided never to do that again. That turned out not to be so useful. It's easier to just scrub down than try to have a shower. But I have a book here, the Space Shuttle Operator's Manual, and has a list of the meals on the space shuttle. So, Space Shuttle food and beverage list as of the mid-80s.
I can't give you an answer.
Applesauce, apricots dried, asparagus, bananas, beef amandine, beef corn, beef and gravy, beef ground with pickle sauce, beef jerky, beef patty, beef slices with barbecue sauce, beef steak, beef stroganoff with noodles, bread, seedless rye, broccoli au gratin, breakfast roll, candy, Lifesavers assorted flavors, cauliflower with cheese, cereal, bran flakes, cereal, corn flakes, cereal, granola with blueberries, cereal, granola with raisins, cheddar cheese spread, chicken a la king, chicken and noodles, chicken and rice, chili mac with beef, cookies, pecan, cookies, shortbread, crackers, graham, eggs scrambled, food bar, almond crunch, food bar, chocolate chip, food bar, granola, food bar, granola raisin, food bar, peanut butter granola, frankfurters, Vienna sausage, fruit cake, fruit cocktail, green beans, French with mushrooms, green beans and broccoli, ham, jam and jelly, macaroni and cheese, meatball with barbecue sauce, nuts, almond, nuts, cashew, nuts, peanuts, peach ambrosia, peaches, dried peaches, just peaches, peanut butter, pears, that's freeze-dried, pears, also thermostabilized, peas with butter sauce, pineapples crushed, pudding butterscotch, pudding chocolate, pudding lemon, pudding vanilla, rice pilaf, salmon, sausage patty, shrimp creole, shrimp cocktail, soup, cream of mushroom, spaghetti with meatless sauce, strawberries, tomatoes, stewed, tuna, turkey and gravy, turkey smoked and sliced or sliced, turkey tetrazzini, and vegetables mixed Italian. So there you go. That's the Space Shuttle food list. They could be thermostabilized, mostly thermostabilized. Intermediate moisture, freeze-dried, rehydratable, or natural form. The nuts were in natural form. There are no Pop-Tarts, which is sort of surprising. That's nearly food bar chocolate chip, surely.
I'm harping on the planet.
Did they have Coca-Cola? Well, let me check. Well, at least once they had Coca-Cola for sure, because they had the Cola War, and they had to try Pepsi and Coke up there. But normally they didn't have Coca-Cola, no. Beverage list: apple drink, cocoa, coffee black, coffee with cream and sugar, coffee with sugar, grape drink, instant breakfast vanilla, lemonade, orange drink, orange grapefruit drink, orange pineapple drink, strawberry drink, tea, grapefruit drink, instant breakfast, chocolate, instant breakfast, strawberry, I don't know why that was separate from the other instant breakfast, tea with lemon and sugar, tea with sugar, tropical punch. Well, they had to prepare the Coke and Pepsi especially for the taste test in space, and they had special containers.
Could you explain exactly how your
It was a technical challenge.
utilize the lithium hydroxide canisters in the command module? Someone told me there's an engineer here, at least one man, who's worked up some kind of cardboard adapter.
Oddly, no Tang mentioned.
They may be looking at something like this in the capsule.
In fact, I think it didn't mention any orange drink, did it? This is suspicious, isn't it? Oh no, I did say orange drink. Orange drink might be Tang then.
That might not even be talked about to the crew until post burn or post time of burn. So
Can you tell us what jets are
it
firing?
does involve
Pitch jets or Yao
another
They're inhibited from firing by the
crew, if you want to call it, taping of hoses and canisters together, and I'm not quite sure the configuration. That was a problem. It was well past this phase, this shift's activity, so I turned it over and let other people work on it. We can find out what that is for you. In fact, if you listen to the air ground, I'm sure you're going to hear it.
Because you have to flow around chasing all the bubbles.
And you'll hear the details of what it's supposed to do.
Jerry, are the astronauts eating the sandwiches out of the LEM, or did they bring some food over from the command module?
I don't know, Louis. We haven't asked them about that. They're eating. I assume they're eating something.
Do you know what the
I don't think
level of
they'd
carbon
eat the
dioxide
sandwiches
is in the
out of the
atmosphere and what
LEM.
they
Probably
consider
those were
danger
meant
level
for
to be?
on the ground where there's gravity. But I don't know.
Do I know what the... Did you say, do I know what the current level is in the atmosphere, the cabin atmosphere?
We gave that information. to the
Bubbles
crew
don't
about
rise?
an hour ago.
I don't know what the level
They
is.
know over at the crew desk.
Bubbles will just sort of exist. I don't know about Coca-Cola physics in space, so leave me out of it. Not an area I specialized in.
Jerry, this morning there was some commentary relating to filling some bags with water.
No, sorry. Did it say? Oh, hold on. Let me check whether the.
Tell us what
Oh, I haven't got the game title there. Let me get the game title. It's just Flight Sim 2024.
It sounds like probably what they were doing is putting water in. We want them to take drinking water from the CSM, of course. Leave all the water we can in the LEM.
And told it which game it
Sounds
was.
like probably what they were doing is taking water over to the LEM to drink.
We are listening to the Apollo 13 audio. This was, well, you can see the time of the audio in the upper right. That's in commemoration of Jim Lovell's passing.
Been in the command module all the time.
Or sometimes you can see the
last
time.
night. And will they remain like this? And if so,
Well,
how do the
not
two men
rise,
in the LEM sleep?
but they would get out. That's one thing. Because the can is pressurized, the bubbles would head out of the can. They won't rise out of the can. But because of the pressure differential between the can and the outside atmosphere, they would go out, whichever direction they were pointed at. And then you would have to chase them.
Is in the coach.
That's right, they're back in the CSM. I don't know.
Assuming you wanted some of those as part of your drink.
On the burn, is it going to be a full thrust burn at all the way?
I'll leave you to figure out how they managed to do it.
Low thrust, and then goes to 40%, and then goes to full.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds at 10% and 21 seconds at 40, and then the rest of the burn will be at full throttle.
Okay, Capcom.
Okay.
You felt it was a good idea to drink soda in the first place, you'd have to go chase after them.
The IP moves, if I can call it the IP, moves from its present pre-return in the Indian Ocean, moves across Australia to the Pacific. And during this time, if the burn would have shut down any time in there, the IP
What we're talking about is we've lost our auto engine on.
Well, you heard the list of things that you could drink. You wanted tropical punch, you can have tropical punch.
So if we shut down, we can always get back to the corner with no problem.
And lots of coffee.
The subsequent burn would be scheduled if I get
It's on a flash
in that one Australia.
97, 97.
And I know this is a way out thing, but this is sort of a way out mission. It's conceivable that you could have an underburn which would bring them in
Okay, I guess that's just
to an impact point on land without another
I
maneuver.
guess the one item that's open is if
And if you couldn't get the dip started, what would you try to do then? Use the apps or the RCS or what?
You're telling me if you can get the dip started at all?
I assume if he does not pass his AOC,
Oh, again.
Second time down another
They're currently discussing if they can't get the descent module engine started, could they use the ascent module engine? That's probably pretty dodgy, because the ascent module engine doesn't give them.
RCS in the LEM, you also can ascent feed ascent propellants to those RCS structures to get quite a quite a large maneuver.
Okay, and I think for that particular case, we come back, this is why we set up this
Yeah, we
backup
can use
maneuver
lift.
for +4. We'd have to get some way to re-verify our alignment, and we've got the maneuver and all the data.
To go back to the question of partial pressure CO2 in the command module again, is that continuously being monitored while Swigert is in there?
That's one
so
or the other. That would be the no-go for our own no-go for the burn.
Watching that
Not in the command module while it's powered down, because we've got the instrumentation powered down on the PCO2.
We're still determining the limits.
It is active in the limb.
I'm gonna assume that carbon, when it says carbonated water, the carbon
Meter that I'm talking about.
dioxide is well integrated with the water. But
CSM that is powered down now, so you can't.
We can take a fast reading of the line.
so probably you're chasing
if you can't
bubbles.
sense PCO2 levels in the command module, are you
Even at the best of times, water just floating in space ends up being sort of a blob anyway.
Yes, we are committing him to sleep there. We've got a hose, pseudo, right down into the thing to create, down into the command module to create a flow and circulate that same air through the limb system. So we're scrubbing both the command module and the limb with the limb system.
Star check. I think we ought to come
Of course, you know
back
PCO2
and verify our alignment.
is first detected
backup maneuver
second.
again.
So, I mean, it's not something that's going to sneak up on you all of a sudden. It's a level
I don't see how it's going to be such an easy way to get a start.
You might move the hose around to slow it
We got a
for a while.
1.5 degree head or 1.4 degrees thereabouts.
You see what I mean?
Can we find
Jerry,
a star
assuming a
that's
good dip
close
burn,
to the center of an
right,
AOC
850 seconds,
or
feet
another
per
coed?
second, right on the money.
Far off is
Water is certainly reused,
Right away,
yeah.
hang on to it.
And that's one reason why you'll appreciate water down on Earth after a while.
Stage, assuming a good dips burn, right? 850 feet per second.
Oh no.
In regular life, yes, all the water you drink is also reused. That's true too.
What's the total time they'll be on the consumables of the command module?
It's a little bit interesting to think about exactly how the water is filtered
We're talking about
in real life.
a complete power up.
Because what happens is, you
somewhere
know,
around 2 hours prior to
water evaporates, goes up, and then rains, and then ends up as glaciers, and then in glaciers the water sort of separates from other things and melts, and then becomes fresh water rivers.
3 to 4 hours.
But all along the way it sort of picks up other stuff too, so some rivers are cleaner than others, but
however, we won't be fully up in the limb until, or in the command
they
module
definitely
before- reuse
reuse
pretty close to this
wastewater. That we call that wastewater, Atlantis.
Is the reason for the burn on the front side of the moon have to do with communications or with the trajectory itself, or neither?
You're talking about the PC plus 2?
Apollo did not reuse wastewater, of course. That's why they did wastewater dumps.
Is primarily that we plan
Well,
this kind
no,
of
they
burn
don't
for a case
reuse
where
everything.
LOI is not
Um,
but it may be a case where you go behind the
I
moon
don't think they reuse everything, Sheebs. I'm not gonna go into more detail.
You've got 2 hours to do this before it's burnt. Before it's done, before it's studied. So happens that LOI after the PC plus
An ideal space station would reuse everything.
change, it grows. And further out you go, the more it costs you to get back. But it's primarily a case here where we can get, it is a pretty good trade-off.
There is no free-floating water like that, Atlantis.
We like timeline in the LOI attempt case where you end up not going. It gives you 2 hours. to
Or
get it
there
going.
isn't enough to
That's
bother
right,
with
we
it.
use what we call a 2-hour activation.
Apollo is certainly more cramped. That's why they couldn't have all the amenities.
That's the case that we train a lot for that case too. So it's we got checklists written for it.
We're going to also get back with you shortly, Jim.
When you start to power up the LEM, will one of the steps be to set up the platform in the LEM and then transfer the reference to the...
Water is a relatively heavy molecule.
Or it's to reverse last night's procedure?
It is lighter than nitrogen. So it's probably higher up, available higher up than a lot of other things.
Next burn, and then we'll start looking toward the infiltrate and how we're exactly going to power that up.
But it's not like hydrogen and helium, which would be available in space much more readily.
It's probably just to do a cold start, just like we were powering up from any other power down. That is, do a P51 and a P52 using the CSM.
Get his 3 requests in. Yeah, we got that. He wanted LOS time, acquisition time, and power up time.
On the entry velocity and how this might compare with the previous Apollo mission?
Yeah, it's 36,210, and we have flown. In fact, one of the unmanned missions came back.
I mean, if we're talking about low Earth orbit with the ISS,
one of the manned missions came back at a velocity higher than this.
You're not going to get a lot of water.
Yes, still some question in my mind about when you will switch over entirely to the entry batteries and the CM, and how long you will be on those batteries, and how much, how many ampere hours there are in the batteries now.
I can't give it to you exactly because we haven't gotten all the details worked out, but it'll be on the order. If we're going to jettison the LEM,
flight, I have to have time.
30,
Like to verify this prop tank pressure, inlet pressure here is 150 on board, as well as 160 on board.
2 hours,
160 is 150.
it should be fully on the command module batteries. Now, you're going to be on command module batteries to some extent prior to that, but I don't think you'll be fully powered
Comets
up.
have water. Yep.
So,
I mean, Earth has water too.
that number will be available for you later.
Yeah, well, what surplus do you think you have in the
The point is, water tends to end up coming together more so than some other things.
On the front row, right here on the front.
Some things like to escape gravity, other things don't.
Let's say using the astronauts' cameras or some other means of getting data about what happened, perhaps pictures of a rupture on the outside of the service module, things of that kind.
I would say virtually none. In order, that would be a very difficult thing to have to do. You'd have to jettison the service module.
Yeah, at least comet water, okay.
To get a picture of it. And at that point in time,
Well, I guess that would be luxurious.
Controlling the Carter closely, and it just wouldn't be a good trade-off. There would, and I doubt the value of the pictures too. That's my personal opinion. You may see a hole there, but still not pretty much.
Mark, Jerry, you say you came on around 6:30 this morning.
Next time it's going to come
During
around
the
is
day,
2061.
Did it look like a tougher situation, this abort mission coming back, or did it grow in complexity as you learned more and more, or did you get a feeling that it would be that it should level off and it shouldn't be really too rough?
That's a good question. In fact, I might say one of the reasons it seems like...
Why would you doubt that waters that's been in space for billions of years is very clean? It's certainly sterile.
Today was a case where we had an awful lot
Might
of
have some
options
tardigrades, I
at the beginning of
guess.
the day that we had to wade through. And then as the day went on, we weeded out some of the things that we said we weren't
But
going to
it's
do.
probably
And
got dirt or something.
when we finally got
You
down
could
to
probably
it,
filter it out.
We're still in a complex situation. At least to me, I understand now, and I'm sure that and I hope you guys are beginning to understand that.
Well, the other elements just give it flavor sheets.
We're a lot more relaxed, if you want to call it that, than we were at 11 o'clock last night, for sure. And I can also say that
Recycled wastewater.
But that's
Atlantis, recycled wastewater.
And we've had time to look at some trade-offs, and the situation hasn't looked any
Are you
worse than it
opposed to
was
recycling?
at all. In fact, I'm beginning to see the light a little bit. I can see that
No,
we
Sheebs, no, it's not.
thinking about earlier. But that's one of the reasons.
Atlantis got
you just can't
Atlantis'
imagine
chance to say something like
really
that. And
different
did Atlantis
factors
take
that
it?
we
No.
looked at, or maybe
Jim, we
can,
were
but
just discussing
impossible.
first
It's
star
impossible for
monitoring,
me to keep up with our
we
own
were
And yeah, I don't know the reference
you
satellite.
can
flight
see
crew and what we were doing right
Monkey in D10 2 at this time. Over.
Let's take one more and then Dr. Payne.
Yeah, no idea satellite.
Jerry, you say you are planning now for the
crew to go over to the CM about 2 hours out for re-entry. How far out could they re-enter the CM and have enough consumables on board to reach Earth safely in case something went wrong with the limb?
Yeah, the flavor thing was at least not utterly nonsensical.
I haven't looked at
So,
that. I would imagine that, and of course there's some trade-offs there because you could not power some things up that you normally would.
I mean, what did you want me to say? Yes, you're right, Sheebs. Comet water would be horrible to drink. That's no fun.
I would put it out in an area
It's no fun at all.
something past 4 or 5 hours, I think. But I don't know exactly where you'd be limited because it would depend on, you could, for instance, trade off making a GNN entry and strictly decide to go with the EMS. Well, therefore, you're not going to go nearly the power with the EMS. Or you could even power down the EMS and go with a constant G entry.
Well, Atlantis, being grossed out by wastewater is not a survival instinct in space. What can I say?
It would be out several hours away from entry interface, but I don't know how far.
Revive H2 orbit. Okay.
On oxygen for all 3 men. And this has been used in some wire copy I saw today.
Take everything from Enceladus. Well, it turns out Enceladus might be too irradiated. So, I mean, might be hard to get to Enceladus is the problem. Then we figured that out. There was a lot of radiation around Saturn as well. I thought there'd be less radiation around Saturn than elsewhere. But it turns out, then Jupiter, but then it turns out that Saturn has plenty of radiation too. But, I mean, if we have an uncrewed mission, take water from Enceladus, maybe it's okay, but maybe we need to go somewhere else.
That's probably not too far from wrong.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Klein is here. I'll be available.
Give him a cursor spiral angle. Instead of maneuvering the
But you can still do if you're H2 orbit, it's fine. With the uncrewed version. Only thing is the delta V that it takes to transfer stuff from Enceladus elsewhere. I don't know, Titan... Did Titan have some trivial water at least? No, not Titan water heater.
Except for questions, I'd like to make a few observations. First and foremost, on my mind, ever since the onset of our difficulties last night, has been the remarkably
Well, it has
calm and collected
some
reaction
subsurface ocean that might have water,
and the excellent
but
teamwork
mostly
of
ammonia.
the people here on the ground and manned Spacecraft Center. This afternoon, I spent a little time with Mary Hayes. I think that throughout the NASA family, the manner in which people are pulling together to get on top of this problem, contain it, come up with a solution.
But of course, getting off of Titan is
I'd
annoying.
also like to thank the many people, the length and breadth of the United States, from overseas, who have been sending us messages of encouragement and hope. We certainly appreciate the support which is coming into us from all quarters. We also, in NASA, very much appreciate the support and confidence which President Nixon is showing in the personnel in NASA and our associates in industry who are working to
Balloons.
solve the problem that we have. We have constituted a
Balloons can only get
special
you so far.
Flight Progress Review Council, which is meeting at the end of every shift and is going intensively into the decisions that have been made and the decisions that open up the next 8 hours and then for the duration.
I think we figured out you'd need a really, really, really huge balloon, though, to carry stuff up. They're not the hooligan lab size.
No other way to point that out. No other way.
To bring the crew of Apollo 13 safely back to Earth. The members of this team are Dale Myers, the Associate Administrator for BAM Spaceflight, Mr. Chairman,
Roger, Jim. According to our calculations, Lumpy should
formerly
be,
the Director of the Apollo Program,
pretty close to the
astronaut
center
Frank
of
Foreman,
We've been talking
Charles
that
Matthews,
possibility over.
Deputy Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight. Bill Bergen, the President of North American Aviation. Lou Evans, the
Also, as a
President
matter of
Grumman.
general interest,
Lou Gavin, the
the
Senior
sun
Vice
should be
President of Space
in at the bottom part of the CDR's window, at the bottom of the LPD vertical
several
line.
observers, including the Deputy Administrator, George Lowe, and myself. And I'm confident that everything is being done that can be done to bring the mission to a successful conclusion. I'm very glad to address myself to any questions you may have.
Well, let me just calculate exactly how much that would be worth first. Fortunately for you, as long as it didn't land in a whole bunch of other places too, it probably wouldn't change the market price of gold.
Appointment or calling together of this executive committee. If I understand you correctly, they're reviewing the decisions made every 8 hours. It sounds like sort of a super management thing that's looking over somebody's shoulder. I wonder if this came at the suggestion of some person, perhaps the administration or what your feelings are about the function of this company.
It is not a super operational group of any sort. It is just what the name implies, namely a review and advisory.
And I assume you mean 15 feet on all three sides.
Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight. It has no line authority whatsoever. The director
Now 15, okay.
This, but it is a group which
Remember,
them
15
make
feet
sure
on
that
each
everything
side is
possible
not
is being
15
done.
cubic feet.
With respect to your first question, I think that
Okay.
you're touching here on the future
Just
of
to be clear.
lunar exploration, and there's no question at all that we have had a setback in this mission. There's no question at all that we will very thoroughly review all of our equipment, procedures. But beyond that, I can say unequivocally that man will explore the moon. Risks are involved.
Jim, whenever you're
risks which
through
we
eating
have
and ready
accepted in
to
the past, not only in lunar exploration, but in all areas of exploration where man has pressed forward into the unknown. These risks are faced by the astronauts, their families, indeed all the members of the NASA team, and these risks will
So,
continue to be
we're looking at
borne
3,375
as we move forward into the future.
cubic feet.
Dr. Payne, could you be a little more specific? You stated there's no question we have a setback.
And
For example,
it's about 4 million pounds.
having some effect on
Now, we value gold in ounces.
Okay, first of all,
So I'm just going to go with 4 million
drill should be similar to
times
Mode 1 aboard.
16 for the ounces. So that's 64 million ounces.
Now, I'll go through them one by one for you to copy. Okay, you should shut down if any of the following
Currently,
happen.
gold is at $3,350. Hold on a sec, I hear a phone call. I'll be right back.
Can you, for us, place in what appears to be the
propellant tank pressure, that's the inlet pressure.
most critical
Onboard
parts
readout
of the mission now until we get the men back?
160 or below.
100% pad and water supply, electricity looks fine, and the burn looks like it's coming up good. In perspective,
Fuel to Ox Delta P
Later
greater
in the
than
mission,
25
we face
psi, and that would have to be a
question
ground
of
call.
the degree to which the expendables we have on board will last through the return time of the flight. As you know, the
Attitude
most
error,
critical of
plus or
these
minus
is the
10
cooling
degrees,
water and the LEM,
with the exception of the start transient.
the LEM power, another critical item, oxygen supply, yet another. These are in order of decreasing criticality.
Okay.
Limit,
And the question
plus
of
or
the
minus
lithium
10
hydroxide,
degrees.
Get back to it, but I might be interrupted again. We'll see.
we have a plentiful supply of.
So,
And you
Things
should
we are watching
shut down.
closely.
well above a
Following
billion.
alarm.
We will have
Because we're already talking about 64 million ounces
cut down both
and $3,000 per ounce.
cooling water requirements.
ISS
As we
plus
review the
program
status
alarm.
of the expendables,
We're talking about more like $200 billion.
we have short mission,
So it might also
already
bring down the
have
price of
a
gold.
margin which should assure that barring
But you'll still be well over a billion.
BC.
make the return journey first.
And if you
Dr.
get an
Payne, we
inverter
have your
light
spacecraft
after switching inverters.
malfunction apparently, which earlier, or later malfunction, perhaps on the lunar landing flight, could have caused a fatal accident. Do you have any indication from Congress that is somewhat hesitant already to give funds,
proceeding on.
messages perhaps that they might not look upon this as an omen to get out in space?
You have a flashing now 97.
Question of
You should proceed.
Platinum. You know, you could search this yourself, but okay.
Press onward in the
Engine starts
space
to push.
is something that time will tell. My own view of this is that the problem
Platinum is actually worth less right now. When I was younger, it used to be worth more. Right now, it's only 1,352 per ounce.
For the remainder of the duration of this mission, will undoubtedly have an effect on
If you didn't burn PC plus 2, probably PC plus 4 would be the
in the longer range
earliest
sense, I'm quite confident that the American space program will rise above this setback, and there's really no question in my mind.
Ags is going to back up in a rate fail mode only, let you know.
Has this advisory board made any
We're
recommendations
talking
yet?
over the star.
So 2.5 hours left on this. They're still approaching the moon, as you can see from the distance. Let me just double check on something. I'll be right back.
If for some reason there is no PC2, you have a free return trajectory.
So far, there's been no veto action or major change.
With landing
More a case
at
of
152,
absolutely certain that we're doing everything we should be.
02,
You mentioned veto action. Does this board have the authority to veto?
And that would be after a small mid-course 5
flight directors?
No, the board has only the authority to advise the
probably around 4
social
feet per
administrator
second
of
at
manned
93
spaceflight.
hours.
He, however, does have line authority.
Dr.
And
Payne, you make
you have recovery forces in the Indian Ocean. You're in good shape there.
space travel.
And the Indian Ocean is where this landing would be.
Take on any unnecessary risks. In the light of what's happened with this flight, will you reconsider the decision you made to send the Apollo 8 off without a land?
Okay.
I think it's a little late for me to reconsider that decision at this time.
Okay, after PC plus 2, there are no trim requirements.
I think that our concern at the moment is with future missions.
Okay, well, I wouldn't say that gold is necessarily the most valuable element. Let us... I mean, first of all, plutonium would be really darn expensive.
Subsequent mid-course maneuvers required would...
Let's find out.
This one would be PC plus 4.
An extremely serious casualty, but it could have been worse.
If you don't do a PC plus 2, but we still want to do one
Prices of chemical elements. The AI, Google's AI says the most valuable is francium, but it's you can't use it for anything, so it's probably not the best deal. Its half-life is too quick, so it's only theoretical, really.
4630. Now you should expect new paths, state vectors, and targets.
Wikipedia has a negative price for radium. Many things are not traded.
We leave a certain amount of discretion to the families. They are welcome to come into
Well, there are a lot of non-natural elements. The most expensive from Wikipedia is polonium, actually. Generally, radium you need to stay away from, so there are a lot of places that want to get rid of radium, I suppose. But I don't think you're allowed to just take it for free. Osmium seems to be the most expensive natural one.
Funds that are made available to it. I would imagine that as we review
So osmium, famous for being very dense, right? Carbon is made out of it potentially. 1.9 million per kilogram. But then there's a whole lot of artificial ones that are more expensive. These are the plutoniums and the ones near plutonium on the periodic table.
He did not specifically discuss his change of plans. Originally, Vice President Wagner had intended
Something that they need to be very dense, I suppose.
time of the Apollo 13 mission, and I believe that he considered it inappropriate to do so in the great press.
Manufacturers use alloys of osmium with platinum, iridium, and other platinum group metals for fountain pen nibs, electrical contacts, and other applications that require extreme durability and hardness. Polonium is definitely worth more than gold, yes.
You have at your disposal, North American and Grumman and so on. What have they told you about what went wrong? What is your best understanding of what happened?
I believe that you've heard a number of discussions of, quote, what went wrong, unquote. It does seem to pinpoint down to the oxygen bottle. In my own view, I'm postponing a judgment on that. There'll be plenty of time after the mission is concluded to go back in infinite detail and look at every indication from every sensor. I would rather expect that we probably will be able to pinpoint the sequence of events that led to this failure with some degree of precision later. As I said, though, at the moment, we are concentrating on completing the mission and not wasting a lot of time on post-mortem, except insofar as it may tell us something about...
Well, the numbers aren't going to be accurate exactly, but I believe them. I think they make sense to me, let me put it that way. I also have my, sanity check. I think that these are as expected. I would not be surprised by this. Gold is simply more abundant than most of these things.
These rules are akin.
Did you ever have any LOS, AOS times and a startup time for us to jump into this activation checklist? A minute for you, Flight.
Okay, let me pull.
Well, the clouds have gotten far more persistent, haven't they? Darn it. My plane is barely visible. Yes, it can be.
Somewhere about an hour 15 to hour 20.
Some stuff might not be true.
I guess then we ought to allow
That would be helpful for you to have some discernment, yes.
No, I was thinking since we don't have to do about 4 pages of it, that we probably need just about that.
But since this is a trivial discussion and not something that we're relying on for life and death, it's probably not too bad.
The mission rules for the burn are akin to those on an LOI-1 with the service propulsion system.
Your need for accuracy
assuming that we
is dependent on what you're doing with the darn thing.
We're at 76 hours, 42 minutes into the flight. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
You're not even getting a grade on this information.
We'll need, I got a flashlight, you got a flashlight, we might need a spare flashlight, yeah. Okay, we might need a spare flashlight, you got one? Okay. Something's all gone down. Damn, look at those stars.
Go ahead, Chris.
Roger, we're entering the shadow of the moon now. The sun is just about set as far as I can
Well,
see
if you're
it.
making a video, you should have some hard source like a book. You can use Wikipedia for some ideas, but you should verify things with a book.
Spaceflight. Go ahead, man.
Okay, LOS 770835. AOS 773310. Sunrise.
How are you guys doing from a standpoint of power?
First I'll give you sunset, which is past, but that was supposed to be at 763245.
I'd like to go over there.
Well, again, Wiki is not that bad.
648.
Flight open flight. Go flight. You nailed down your post-burn second requirement. Right flight. If we didn't
Yeah, well, but I don't watch those channels, so. But like my rocket profiles and mission profiles, generally I had other books. Like I have a book on like all probes from NASA, so I could look at that for more information on just the probe stuff. And of course I've got my shuttle books, and I've got a book on Sergei Korolev, and I've got other things. So just on my videos, on the informative videos, not on Nepper on its own, but I have more than one book that includes Dnieper in it.
R2 plus
So
35570.
I've got a spacecraft general book that includes rockets.
R3 plus
I've also got the rocket operator.
second item.
Owner's Workshop Manual, Haynes Owner's Workshop Manual for Rocket one, which isn't super, but it's got some nice stuff in. Let me just verify. I had a lot of rockets, but I don't remember if it had any.
I gave you, which is
I think it might. This one might not have. It has some R's, but I don't think it has Nepper in particular. So I'll have to rely on the other one I mentioned. It does have a lot of other rockets. Let me see. Well, he should have, but I guess he didn't have enough pages to write about Nepper, because Nepper is not that important.
7218, register 2 plus 35570, register 3 plus 3301.
I do have the Haynes Owner's Workshop Manual for Apollo 13. So I have a 200-page book on Apollo 13. I also have right here Jim Lovell's memoirs, Apollo 13, but originally this wasn't published as Apollo 13. I think it was published under a different name, but I have Jim Lovell's book.
You might tell us where you see Nunky.
Oh, they must be talking about stars right now.
Roger, will do, man.
Thank you.
Okay, it's corrected, register 1.
So, right behind me I have all these books that I can take a look at.
Roger.
And would you like us to make that maneuver this time?
But Wikipedia did get the information from some places. We'll have math books, some. Mostly they're very specific. Like, I have Fundamentals of Astrodynamics behind me. I have Basics of Mechanical Engineering, a book on that. I have a book on general relativity. I have at least one book on string theory. that has math, not one of those talky books. It's specifically a black hole one. I have like Idiot's Guide to Quantum Mechanics, which has math. Multivariable calculus on its own I don't have, but I do have a set of college lectures on it. I think that set of college lectures was from Berkeley.
Okay. How close are we to burn out of heat traffic?
Yeah. Looks like the light is coming. We're about 20 degrees and beyond, 20 degrees and 6, and 10 degrees and roll off the burning heat. Well, we won't get any less. LOS till 77. That's close to the attitude. Before we have to go to a yaw.
Oh, General Relativity book. There's the Susskind lecture books. Yes, I've been meaning to get those. I've got the lectures.
Apollo Control Houston, 76 hours, 49 minutes, less than 20 minutes.
And I've got my notes on the lectures because I actually took the notes down.
Apollo 13, now 1,184 nautical miles away from the moon, traveling at its velocity of...
Probably my notes are better than the books in some ways, because I've already digested them.
That time, why don't we go ahead and make it? Okay, and I guess we never got back to talking. We thought an hour and a quarter was good, but it is just...
Yes, if I say Berkeley, I mean UC Berkeley, yeah. I just said I got, I mean, you sort of jumped to something there. What you jumped to isn't incorrect, but
Jim,
I've gotten lectures from other colleges as well.
49 maneuver, but just stay there, invert 49, and don't go ahead to narrow the dead band just yet. And when you're in that attitude, why, of course, then you can make your star check. And
even though I have video lectures from Berkeley, it doesn't necessarily mean that I went to Berkeley. However, in this case, it is true I actually went to Berkeley.
Okay, at this time I'll start my 49 maneuver, but will not...
No, I was just making a little distinction there, that you jumped to something that happened to be true, but wasn't actually something I had said.
Keep monitoring up there so we don't come close to the mountain.
Yes, I had the high GPA, yeah. Well, if you don't count honors classes, it was below 4.0. And if you count honors classes, it was above 4.0, so... I have a degree in history, yeah. Which makes me double depressed at world events. That's what you get for a degree in history. You get more depressed by everything in the news. It's great. No, I will forego that pleasure for sure, Atlantis. Can't even imagine the questions you'd come up with. Eager to reach actual landfall, but with the clouds we probably wouldn't even notice. We're still over water, approaching the coast of Alaska. The Aleutian Islands are somewhere off to the right, but too far to see for sure, even if the clouds weren't in the way. Whatever you say, Atlantis. Depends on what you call aircraft, I suppose. Balloons were invented earlier.
What's that cloud I see over the... No, it looks like a Milky Way. Here's the...
I don't think you've made much of a distinction, but that balloons did carry people, and they did fly, and they were a craft through air, so it's not any different. But
Aquarius Houston, go ahead.
yes, with an engine, I don't know, because the past few decades we haven't made huge leaps and strides in aircraft technology, mostly in efficiency. There's some fancy fighter stuff, but in terms of civilian aircraft, not a whole lot going on. So I don't know what we are going to expect in another 100 years. But in some respects, temporarily we have plateaued a bit. Welcome back, Sheebs. Yes, China had rockets. And gunpowder. Yeah, everyone else's jugglers? Well, that's just eternal. But we were talking about aircraft developments, and I don't know where we're going with aircraft, to be honest. Take a look at airliners today versus airliners in 1970, and they're more efficient for sure, but they're not physically super different. They've got more carbon composites and all. Yeah, so it's tough to say where we're going with aircraft for the next 100 years, or if we had developed aircraft 100 years earlier. So this is more about economics than about technology. This is about the fact that it's not worthwhile to have supersonic airliners, which is what we discovered with Concorde. It's not cost efficient. And there's no technology on tap that's liable to make it more efficient.
We're at 76 hours, 59 minutes into the mission.
Really.
We see the velocity on our displays.
You know, quiet supersonic, a little bit more efficient,
really
not
building up
hugely.
now, rating 6,736 feet per second relative to the moon. Apollo 13 now 750 nautical miles away from Earth.
Well, you tell that to the War Thunder people. They'll get you your fighters with feathers, and they'll sell them to you. That'll be the next tier up, since you probably got everything else.
Well, that's pretty expensive. You know, you can locate it and get it halfway through the next season, too.
Ethically sourced feathers, sheeps. Ethically sourced feathers. Still having intermittent communications.
GNC, does it look like we're in burn attitude now? GNC flight. Excuse me, false flight.
So just about 2 more hours.
Okay, why don't you give me a quick status check on your systems here before we have all
Checking fuel down here.
Follow me, how about you? How are you looking?
So no.
Okay, somewhere along the evening, I'd like you to make up some kind of summary and total controllables to give to the crew as soon as we finish this burn and when we start going through our power down checklist.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be given by a War Thunder player. It'd be sold by War Thunder devs, is what I was saying.
Checking with his flight controllers as to the status of systems. We now show 77 hours, 1 minute into the flight of Apollo 13. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
You know, they try and sell people the planes using whatever little premium currency. So no, you can get planes in normal flow of things in the game, but it's really hard. So the developers also have a marketplace where they sell you the premium coin in the game, and you can use those to buy the planes to sort of get them. Oh, how they are, the dev team? Well, they like to make money. You don't really need to know too much more than that. If they think they could get money selling a plane with feathers, they probably would. Well, they're not really DLC. War Thunder doesn't have DLC. War Thunder, they'll sell you the planes, and they'll sell you the premium currency, and they'll sell you. I think you're thinking of DCS World rather than War Thunder. But they'll sell you the planes and all, but they aren't really considered DLC, I don't think. I mean, I guess broadly speaking, they're downloadable content, but they're not what we would traditionally think of like that. They are stuff you buy to add on to the game, so I guess fair enough.
Okay, let's know how you're looking at your personnel on here. Everything happy down here? How about you?
Well, let's not talk sheeps. I probably have something like that with Kerbal Space Program, so...
Less than 5 minutes away now from loss of signal.
But I would believe it in the case of Atlantis, considering Atlantis claims to have the top tier planes, or some of the top tier planes, and also claims to not have paid for them. So they're about to be going behind the moon. That's why Mission Control's talking about what they should be saying to them before they lose communication.
77 hours, 4 minutes, Apollo 13, 526 nautical miles away from the moon, traveling at a speed of 7,122 feet per second.
Computer super.
4 minutes now from time of loss of signal with Apollo 13 as it passes over the backside of the moon.
Yes, if there's anything you want to be talking to the crew here, is your personnel on us, tagged up in off position.
I am mercifully have a mere 212 hours in War Thunder, it says. Couple of minutes calm blackout. It'll be a little bit, yeah. I don't know how many you think is a couple of minutes, but I would estimate it to be about 40 minutes. Oh, I believe there's somebody with that much time in War Thunder, alright.
Houston, over. Okay, Jim, we have a little over 2 minutes till LOS, and everything's looking good here.
They have no other life, of course, but War Thunder is that sort of thing. Yeah, there are definitely people obsessed with War Thunder. You have a life, then you don't have 20,000 hours in War Thunder. What can I say, Atlantis? You get to pick one or the other. You can't be the age you claim to be, have a life, and have 20,000 hours in War Thunder at the same time. Well, it's true you can play video games a lot, but you do have school and all sort of hampering you, whereas adults who are rich could spend much more time, potentially. But, yeah, given the existence of school, and when we say life, we mean like outside of the home, is what we're talking about. Oh, we've got video, hold on. Played in class. Well, that I probably figured, but... You can, actually that simulation's fair. You can see the barely thin line of the moon's surface there as Earth goes behind it.
We've had loss of signal with Apollo 13.
Well, I mean,
passes above the backside of the moon.
I remember having a geometry teacher who was sort of completely laissez-faire like that.
We'll be coming back in about 40 minutes of acquisition and setting up for this light big course burn here. Focus just 23.
Well, I gathered that Atlantis did not pay attention.
You're right.
I think a few days ago, Atlantis, you asked me whether chemistry involved math. This does not, I think, bode well. No, I didn't sign any confidentiality agreement or anything. Well, I personally liked chemistry the best. It was the most straightforward for me compared to biology and physics. Physics has some weird things, like electricity is weird.
Hey Vance, we got a minor checklist change to close descent helium rigs 10 seconds prior to predicted cutoff. And what page is that on? I was looking for it originally.
Well, you know, Sheebs, chemistry is not the way it used to be. What can we say? Back in my day. Back in my day. They didn't let you touch anything hot in chemistry. They don't let you guys do anything interesting anymore in chemistry.
Light network. Go network. Sure like to recycle these two CPs now. Well, I think that's a great idea.
Ooh, shiny though.
Do you want to kind of restart tape also? We're doing it right now, fine. Okay. Tell them you, where art thou?
Bunsen burner. Hopefully, what you're probably talking about is a Bunsen burner. I don't know about the flint. I don't know about gas torch. I don't think I don't remember needing. Well, maybe you need the flint for the Bunsen burner, probably. Congratulations. Yeah. Or Bunsen burner. Yeah, some of them do. You can, it's a little, I don't know how to describe the kind of flint that you use to light it, but yeah, I've seen that type too. I've been a substitute teacher. I've been in a bunch of chemistry classes, so. Why did I have to get all quiet? Mission Control could keep talking, you know. Well, at least this simulation makes sense. Sent proof on Discord. You actually saved the picture from it? Atlantis shared an image of his burnt finger. I mean, lightly singed finger. And judging from the background, you took that photo with your phone right in class, didn't you? Because you've got a graph paper and a tissue and one of those lab tables and a ruler in the background. Well, I guess you'll at least remember not to do that again. Second-degree burn. I never really figured out the exact lines between the degrees of burns, but I'll take your word for it. I just try not to get burned at all, which is an interesting thing considering I do all sorts of stuff that could get me burned. Blister, I wouldn't call this a blister. But it's interesting that it's sort of dark. Normally it should be red. But it's got sort of a smoky texture to it. So it's tough to say. It looks more dirty than burnt, really. Normally I associate burning with like a redness or blisters or worse, but not something that looks dirty. You've been burned many times. Oh no. Toaster wire, like in the toaster. It is concerning. Well, you're gonna have to not do that anymore, otherwise you're not gonna be able to like cook food or stuff. I mean, I've accidentally touched a toaster wire. I've done that before. I wasn't trying to see how hot it would get. I was just trying to get something awkward out of the toaster. Boy, they're quiet. No, I'm gonna skip. It's actually a pretty long time. It's not a couple of minutes. You can see on the transcript section that there's nothing between 7708 and 7731. So I'm gonna jump to closer to 7730. Well, let me jump to a little bit ahead to see if we can get something. Basically, we're looking at a lot of sound. I guess they didn't capture the mission control audio for this bit. I don't know why. Well, candles, yeah. Stovetop. Not to touch hot. I mean, sometimes you'll inevitably accidentally touch hot things. Not deliberately, though. Whatever you say, Atlantis, I believe that you did something to your finger. Yes. The sun. Are you going for the Atlantis prize here, Sheebs? Fingerprint regenerated, good. Okay, well, we're getting a little simulation here, but still no audio. I'll jump further.
The flight experiment.
Okay, finally.
The flight experiment.
Go, calling flight again.
This is experiment.
Go.
We should have the S4B out of your way about 77, 56, 27.
Right, thank you.
That might have been it, though. About the S4B. Okay, further on.
Impact of the
Oh,
third
let me go
stage
back.
of
Okay, we'll get the PAO there.
Apollo Control Houston, we're 2 minutes now from time of reacquiring Apollo 13. Meanwhile, we have an update on the impact of the third stage of the Saturn S4B. Our latest estimate indicates impact at 77 hours, 56 minutes, 27 seconds ground elapsed time. The predicted coordinates for impact, 26 degrees, 57 minutes south longitude, latitude 28 degrees, 27 minutes west. Coming up now on 1 minute to AOS, and we'll stand by and continue to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
The little window will go away for a sec as I check something. Or maybe, well, the simulation will go away.
Okay, all flight controllers, about 60 seconds acquisition.
How strange. I guess landing rockets on drone ships really has gone passé. Depends on the class. Some were easy, some were hard. There are some very not good days. SpaceX ruined it. Poor Blue Origin, when they actually do it, people are gonna be yawning.
Standing by now for acquisition.
I'm not gonna go into examples. Thank you. Nope.
Yes, sir. We haven't got two-way lock yet. Well, like the Apollo, we should be in activity.
Earth peaking.
Where's Houston? How you read?
Well, like the Apollo, we got some PM. Give you about 2 minutes look at the thing, and then I want to put stop report. Flight, so we don't have time. Right.
You mean in the audio from the Apollo tapes? No, that's just their normal static. One variant of their normal static.
Where is Houston?
No. That's gotten a bit hot there.
Okay, control, how you looking? Okay, how about you?
Well, cooling down.
Corey, is Houston reading you about 3 by 3?
Tell me how you looking. Okay. Flight, all right.
We should really sample all those funny sounds and create like an orchestra out of it.
Okay, Fred, reading you fairly well now. How do you read?
Okay, I read you loud and clear, man.
Roger.
I don't know what to say, Atlantis. The prospect leaves me speechless. The orchestra? Oh, all the time. I mean, people sample sounds all the time for music, after all. No, I've never been a professor.
Apollo Control Houston, 77 hours, 38 minutes into the flight. Apollo 13 is now rounded the corner, headed back towards Earth. We show a velocity of... velocity of 7,062 feet per second.
Teleview and control, if you can track him as he's going through his activation, we should be starting in probably about another...
and a distance from the moon of 566 nautical miles.
Still not at the coast of Alaska here. Let me measure how far away we are from that. 150 nautical miles off the coast right now. And we are currently 544 nautical miles away from Anchorage.
77 hours,
1.5 hours.
Flight, we show Apollo 13 at 630 nautical miles away from the moon. Our ignition clock.
The plane, yes, we're getting help from the wind, 34 knot tailwind, so our normal speed right now would have been 320 knots, but we are now 354 knots. So we're getting helped by the weather.
Go ahead, Glenn. Are you going to come out with some kind of a final check here on the burn attitude using the collapse of the OP or some other function?
I don't think there's anything on there.
Can't use the sun and the earth or something like that?
Stand by on that. I don't think the sun is in there. Let me verify that.
Oh, that's something trying to get a connection to the internet.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Roger, we still wanted activation start time for our burn.
Understand, you want a power-up time, is that affirmed?
Yeah, that's he wants an activation start time. He had requested an hour and a quarter previously.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, that's what he requested previously. I believe Charlie, we talked that over briefly in the field, that an hour should be an adequate amount of pad there. So it's really, I think, in the area of 2 seconds. I think he knows. Tell him that we understood that he felt that an hour and a quarter.
Okay, let's get the cameras put away.
That an hour and a quarter would be adequate for them to do the job. And from this standpoint, let's keep something, and we feel that's a reasonable time.
Corey, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, regarding the start time for the power-up, you mentioned an hour and 15 minutes. We think that's adequate. This is crew preference. Depending on how much time you think you need, we would go along with an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
That's the power-up activation time for the descent propulsion system engine burn. We're now at 77 hours, 46 minutes into the flight to Apollo 13. Apollo 13 now 872 nautical miles away from the moon. Meanwhile, in Mission Control Center, one of our special purpose clocks is counting down to the predicted time of S4B impact. We show 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Good alignment. What's your qualitative estimate of the alignment right there?
Well, based on that transcript, I would say it's nothing about it.
Why don't we wait until we get to that point in the checklist, and I'll give you some idea as to when that'll be. It'll probably be about another 20 minutes, I'd say.
Okay, Bill, you didn't go to that checklist for an hour? Let's get out and slow down.
How many miles left? 500 on the spot. Nautical miles. That's 575 regular miles.
Go ahead. I'd estimate something like 30 to 45 minutes.
We really want to wait that long to try to get it all ready to go. We'll wait that long.
Oh, I think we ought to find pads and all that stuff. I agree there. Right. But I'd just assume go down the normal activation procedure we did. Powering up the edifying it, put it in, and back down the weight. All right. Why don't we reach that one, though?
Flight program now. Have we ever changed the LIOH up to this point, or does anybody know it?
That's the note I had from
lithium hydroxide, the CO2 issue
Apollo Control Houston,
they're talking
77
about.
hours, 49 minutes now into the mission. We presently show Apollo 13, 1,007 nautical miles away from the moon.
Okay, we're still holding
Velocity slowing down now relative to the moon, now reading 6,399 feet per second.
You'll remember, perhaps from the movie, the whole issue of the CM cartridges not fitting into the LEM receptacle and needing an adapter.
How about AOC data? I believe they're still working on it, but I don't think they're going to find it. Thank you for working on it. We actually saw it flying all along. They could use strategies. Are we going to have one concept one? We're going to get some sun in the window or something's got a leak. No, the sun is shielded by the limb.
LEM hardware store in space? Someday. Stop by the hardware store on the way back. Oh, I see what they were trying to do with the double images before. The bottom image is their view of the moon. The top image was always supposed to be the orbital view. And the problem was earlier on we couldn't see that because the orbit, the orbit track is a past track. It doesn't show the future. And so it showed the moon, but didn't show any track along it, so we didn't know what the heck was going on with that top image of the moon. So, but that's what it was. Now that we can see the track, it's quite more obvious. It doesn't show the future track. So.
7 hours, 52 minutes now of the flight. We show 5 minutes away now from time of predicted impact of the S1.
Now it makes sense. July 20th, you would hope so. Okay, if I don't do Duolingo, Duo is going to come and get me, so I'm going to mute myself for a few minutes and just get this one lesson done so that the icon doesn't turn into some hellfire thing.
Aquarius, Houston, over. Okay, Jim, we have about 3 items for you. We have maneuver pads, P30 LEM maneuver again, and the maneuver pad for the CM for splashdown. We also have a checklist change in the LEM contingency checklist. And I'll stand by while you're gathering the books.
Okay, I got the contingency book, so give me that one first.
Okay, page 18.
Okay, I'm at page 18.
Okay, about halfway down, when propellant quantity equals 30%, or rather 37%, we would like to change that line to read when time to go is equal to 10 seconds. And of course, the line under that remains the same then. descent HE Reg 1 to close.
Okay, with time to go equals 10 seconds. Descend inlet Reg 1 close.
That's affirmed. Before I start on the pads, another comment. The general indications that we gave you before about the sun being in the commander's window and about stars in the AOT, such as that might be used for general indication of your attitude for the burn. That's all out the window. We're just going on the sun check that we made earlier, and we don't feel we have information that's good enough to give you the star and the sun in the window information.
Okay, no Atlantis, German.
You're ready to take the P-30 left maneuver pad while I'll be reading it up.
Pekka made me. No, just joking, but in deference to Pekka, who was horrified by my pronunciation of everything, Pekka's still horrified by my pronunciation of everything.
This is P-30 left maneuver pad. PC plus 2 hours, starting with now.
I don't think Duolingo is any good for Mandarin or Cantonese. I would be very surprised if their courses on Mandarin are any good, or course on Mandarin is any good. And I don't think it has Cantonese, so.
00509 minus 02139 NA plus 00205 08615 424 272 08.
You're not that far away from land, but I sure don't see it yet.
And the rest is NA, except for comments. As follows. Ullage, 2 jet, 10 seconds. CSM weight, 62480. Lem weight, 33452. And the dips throttle profile is the same as before. 5 seconds at minimum, 21 seconds at 40%, and the remainder of the time at max. Over.
For a Genshin character? What, are you gonna dress up and play the character or something?
Flight check, we got a recommendation on that right now. Let's go. Flight check,
Okay, Aquarius, Houston, you're coming in about 1 by 1 now. Advise that I heard everything except the beginning, noun, 33 values, and the comments. Please repeat the read back on those.
Houston, how do you read Aquarius now?
Hey, you're loud and clear now.
Okay, I got power amp now. TC plus 2 hours. 079er 27 3830 plus 08330 minus 00509er minus 02139er in slash A plus 00205 08615 424 272 081 rest in slash A knowledge to jets in seconds CFM weight 62480 limb weight 33452 dip throttle profile the same 5 seconds idle 40% 21 seconds remainder at max.
Roger. 40% for 21 seconds, I believe is what you read back, and all the rest is correct. Now for the maneuver pad for the CSM.
Okay, stand by. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Fredo, this is maneuver pad monitor PC plus 2 hours. All NA till you get to noun 61. Latitude minus 2165 minus 16500 11635.
Oh.
36292.
Well, looks like we're close to land with those markers there.
142.
Maybe.
3922. Over.
If it's China, is it really anime though? Is a difficult question.
81 minus 2165. Minus 16500.
How about you?
11635. 36292. 142 3922.
Raj, that was starting with noun 61, and that's correct.
No, against Shin certainly is, yeah. Oh, we got some video there.
By the way, Aquarius, we see the results now from 12 seismometer. Looks like your booster just hit the moon and it's rocking it a little bit. Over.
That's the S4B impact. At least something worked on this flight.
And I just want to verify one thing.
Yeah,
we could go ahead.
I say, I'm sure glad we didn't have a limb impact too.
All right. Just wanted to verify. We had
well, clouds have gotten a little bit higher around here.
Verify that you understand that the sun check you made earlier in the AOT was good, and that's what we're riding on. Anything we told you in the past about looking at the sun in the front left window or looking at stars like Nunki through the AOT, we want to forget.
Gotta keep an eye on icing, so I'll actually climb a bit.
I think Nunki would be kind of hard to see anyway with the moon right here.
Right.
Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours 4 minutes. Apollo 13 now 1,704 nautical miles away from the moon. Velocity now reading 5,768 feet per second. Vast Brand passed up a new PC plus 2-hour maneuver pad, which reflected a time of ignition of 79 hours, 27 minutes, 38 seconds.
We plan to start powering up at 7812. Is that a good time, or do you think we ought to hold off a little longer?
I think that's a good time, Capcom. That'll give them a comfortable timeline to get ready for this burn.
Jim, we think that's very good.
Vital procedures, Motor Doc. This place that he's got your hard top.
Tell him to send them out.
Okay. You made a couple of tests, right?
Descent propulsion system.
Okay.
Burn should produce a posi-grade Delta V.
Well, Nixon had two speeches, one if things went wrong and one if things were okay.
Duration 4 minutes 24 seconds. We're at 78 hours, 5 minutes now to the flight, and this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Once you get into the checklist configuration, what do you expect your main bus current to be?
Not a letter, it was a speech.
Expect it to be running about 38 amps.
3840.
So about an hour and 10 minutes. We're less than 400 nautical miles away from Anchorage. Been in flight 2 hours and 38 minutes.
Right, open flight. Go flight. I think Phil Pendle's got a good item here. It might be worthwhile to pass up to the crew.
Feel like the clouds have snuck up.
Crew that the burn we're setting up for is not really time critical. You could afford to delay it or slip take. How far do you think you could slip take?
Let me talk to Retroflight. I'll be right back with you. If push came to shove, I think we'd rather delay the maneuver like an hour and keep slipping big, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, if we're talking like a couple of minutes, then I don't think it should bother.
I don't think so either, Flight. I'll get right back to you.
Okay.
Well, let me quickly check on something. I'll be right back.
Flight Final.
Apollo 13, Houston, or Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Fred, after the burn, we'll get the power down instructions or checklist changes to you. At the same time, we'd like to get a consumable status to you. All I'll say right now is that we think you look in reasonably good shape.
Okay, very good.
Flight Final. got the inverter turned on, flight.
We're on page 3, flight. Roger, page 3. All flight controllers, we're in page 3 activation.
Go ahead.
Okay, one caution and warning light here, Sean. That you didn't call out the preamps, I suppose, because we don't have the breaker in yet.
That's okay, Capcom.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
Ah, well, we certainly see some land below us there. The intricate landscape of Alaska. And yeah, the clouds have caught up with me here. I tried to climb a little bit higher to avoid them, but nope. 1 hour. It is possible for us to have random failures, by the way, but these are the realistic failure times for the parts, so don't expect them to pop up a whole lot. I could increase the failure rate if we wanted our own little mini Apollo 13 sort of situation, but for now things seem to be working okay, and I'm not gonna cause them any more grief. Well, I guess I'll have to look out for icing. I could probably climb higher, but I can't keep doing that. We're going to have to descend at some point within the hour anyway. No, Atlantis.
Procedures, flight. Go, flight. In the upper RTA, put my entry interface time. I want to start looking at that one from now on. Roger.
I don't know what the longest is. You mean the longest for me? I think I've streamed more than 24 hours before.
Guidance, flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Roger. When during this activation checklist do we want to collapse deadband down to 1.4 degrees?
Just prior to the maneuver. Why don't you ask Control when he would like to do it?
Control from flight.
Usually gives out the...
Yeah, we'd like to probably see it a good time frame before flight. Say, let's say 20 minutes or so. 15 to 20 minutes, make sure it gets it in.
Okay. Guidance, is he going to have to go through this Bird 49 again here?
Well, he needed to, yeah, he should do that.
He'll get a 58 when he's
He's
40.
No, he can just go through P40.
Okay, but he won't be doing that until about 6 minutes. So what you want to do is collapse this time down prior to the time he goes into P40. And then go through the 5018.
Right.
Tell you what, guidance and control, I'm going to be back to you on that.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Looks like we're going to be done with this thing pretty soon, so we can probably do it about 50 minutes before gig. Maybe he doesn't call P40 until in this timeline here.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be well ahead the timeline there. Get into P40, I bet he's in the P40 around 2 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for 6 minutes with a good chance.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a bit quiet, but after a while streaming and flying, and given that this is the end of the day for me, I'm gonna end up this way. Unless other people are talking and I can respond, of course. Too bad the Apollo 13 audio doesn't seem to be full of chatter. That would have been helpful, but they're mostly quiet too. Hello. Yes, hello, Atlantis.
Are you planning to give us a state next update?
That's the firm flight.
Roger. Yeah, we're ready whenever they get to the steps on the activation where they bring up their S-band. Looks like they got the power amplifier up now. Enco, give me a configuration for commanding to the LGC. That's the one we used before?
Yes, but he's almost there. All we need is update a link. Circuit breaker closed on panel 11.
That's affirmed, Jim. All we need is update a link. Circuit breaker closed on panel 11, and who and accept, and we can ship it up to you. Who and data.
Quite good.
So telling you?
Yeah, looks like they managed to 35.
Okay. Flight procedures. No procedures. Roger, we're configured for command. Okay. Guidance flight. Go ahead, flight.
Okay, man, for data and approve, and the circuit breaker's in. Go ahead.
Okay.
Roger, they're configured for you.
We don't have any TM data.
Enco, you got a problem?
Negative flight. Data's live. High bit rate.
Is LGC static though?
I can't tell.
Looks like I got an asterisk in my column there.
Still there, Sheebs? Been working in the background, good.
Okay, let's run it
Well,
down then.
we're in the middle of the cloud now. We'll see how long it takes before something complains about icing. You know what? Let me just turn on the pitot heat right now.
We got it flying. LGC data flight. Okay.
Yes, yes you are, Atlantis.
Okay, guidance, you're cleared to start up blinking.
Roger, we're going.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 20 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 13. At present, the Apollo 13 spacecraft is 2,461 nautical miles away from the moon and traveling at a speed of 5,343 feet per second.
Get all your friends. Oh.
We show 1 hour
I don't know what
and
to
7
say.
minutes away from time of ignition of the
I don't know if I have the energy for that.
burn.
Well, it's not technically dark outside right now. The sun hasn't set. And yes, I do tend to get tired when it's dark outside. I'm not a night person. I'm very much a day person.
Capcom, would you verify range function switch to range, please?
Aquarius Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, request verify ranging function switches in ranging. We need that if it's not there now.
You got it, man.
Thank you.
We're doing page 12, Mike.
Quick check for icing warnings.
Okay, all flight controllers, we're in page 12 of the activation.
This page 13 also flight the body access line.
Okay.
Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 23 minutes now into the flight. The crew of Apollo 13 continuing to proceed on their activation checklist.
Aquarius Houston, computer's yours.
What? Snazzy said hi to me on Discord. Not apparently.
Flight final.
Go final.
There'll be no...
Oh, from you? Okay, if you say so.
Okay, good.
Don't know why that's in Discord then. Seems like it's a hi here.
Mid-course based on our post-AOS tracking data. And looks real good.
Perhaps what you meant was somebody called Snazzy on Discord said hi to me and you're relaying it to me here.
Update the PC plus 2 hour maneuver pad.
Okay, as a matter of interest, I've checked the LGC clock. It's good within about 5-10 seconds to the ground.
Okay.
The only open item or remaining thing that has been done is that weight.
Important to figure those things out. At some point you might want to be able to sort stuff like that out. Okay.
Mike, good.
Go ahead, Judge.
He just went or narrative that thing.
Okay. Is it correct? That's the verb 21901. Okay.
Flight Anchor.
Go on, go.
If everybody's through with a high bit rate, since it's a minimum deadband, we can turn the power amp off again. And go to voice back up a little bit rate.
See what other functions we got. How many amps is that going to save me?
About 3.4.
See, it would seem the next thing he's going to be doing, Enco, is...
Oh, okay, I didn't need to know.
Targeting that.
Stop
Probably
bothering
good to watch
people.
him as he goes through it here. Guidance, do you have any feel for that? Would you like to watch him go through P30 and P40? Let's keep it up, Enco.
Roger, fine.
Anyway, well, say hi back, I suppose. But it was not my idea. Don't bother people. Probably both in Japanese culture and in Chinese culture, bothering people is like the worst thing. They're apparently getting ready for the eventual burn. Tensions are high.
We didn't call you.
Okay. Aquarius Houston, over.
Houston, are you calling Aquarius?
Retro Flight, have you seen him load the
Roger, I'd like to confirm that you're getting drinking water out of, potable water out of the command module. And if you can make any estimates of how much you use as time goes on and how much you have used. We'd appreciate it for our consumables analysis.
Negative.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 78 hours 30 minutes. We now show Apollo 13 at 2900.
Jack tried the procedure, and out of that pressure, we got 10 drinks made. That's roughly 80 ounces.
We now show Apollo 13, 2958 nautical miles away.
We had a little static on that one, but I think you said 80 ounces of water's been used out of the CM. Is that right?
Yeah, Jack worked the procedure and filled as many of the drinks as he could, and he made up 10 bags, approximately 8 ounces a bag.
Okay, we copy that.
Apollo 13 now traveling at a speed of 5,129 feet per second.
Everybody that needs water information, copy it.
How many miles left? 239. 40 minutes.
Guidance is fine.
Sorry, it's fine.
As soon as you've seen all that you want to see on P40, I'd like to knock our power down by about 3 amps and go back a little bit for a while. Okay.
Anyway, the attitude now, Mike.
Roger. Let me know when you get there and stable and you're happy control, and I think I'll knock our power back by about 3 amps.
Yeah, we gotta get that dead man collapsed here.
It's
a little early.
Guidance said he had collapsed it, and I saw it. Verb 21.901.
Okay, I missed it.
He did it. Way early. Roger.
Yes, I have. I already told Atlantis I'd stream for way longer. So. What Atlantis really means is Atlantis is tired and doesn't want to watch anymore. Atlantis is actually complaining that it's gone on too long. That's what Atlantis is saying.
Flight bottom.
Bottom.
We could, based on our studies here, let them know that at least...
Ground texture quality isn't that great around here.
Right.
Even from up here, those things look a little bit blurry. Glacial landscape. Better than KSP, well yeah, low bar.
Guidance was fine.
Go ahead.
If we had to slip big time, how would we do it? Say 5 minutes or so.
10 hours. Flight guidance.
Go ahead, Guidance.
Do not proceed on flight 99.
Okay.
Yes. I've played KSP before. I know where it is. Unfortunate it was never meant to be a flight sim. Oh well, it can't be everything. I mean, flight sim is barely a flight sim. Could do some improvements.
AFD for flight. You want to take it for a minute?
Roger that, flight.
Where are you, Houston?
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, just a bit of information. If for any reason you had to slip TIG, why people here feel it wouldn't do much harm if you slipped it up to
Real life world
30
simulator.
minutes. The procedure, of course, as you know, is just not to pro on the flashing 99.
Well,
And we thought you'd
I
like
don't
to
know.
be aware that
Something
TIG time
specific
isn't
would
all
probably
that
be
critical.
better than something too general.
Roger, understand.
That discussion between Vance Brand and Jim Lovell was concerned with the
But
time
yeah,
of ignition
around here,
for the paracynthian plus 2-hour burn.
Alaska does not look all
Worked
that great.
78 hours,
I mean,
37
it's
minutes,
the
now
textures
the
are
flight
clearly
from
muddy,
Apollo 13. This is
even
Apollo
from up here.
Control, Houston.
Don't especially want to get any closer. Doubt it will help.
At 78 hours, 38 minutes, we now show Apollo 13 at a distance of 3,268 nautical miles away from the moon, and at a velocity of 5,030 feet per second. Our countdown clock shows 49 minutes, 30 seconds from time of ignition. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, Sheebs, you don't have to repeat anything. It's fine. I don't know how that part came up with, but anyway, I'm getting tired. How long till I descend? I've eaten dinner. Salmon patty, fries, and an egg with rice. Salmon. The fish.
Procedures, flight. Go ahead, flight. You want to move those analog displays off there and put up channel 5 if you don't have anything better to put up. The right-hand item for me. Flight will be at 3 to 7 now. Who wants it?
Okay, Mance Aquarius.
Go, Fred.
Okay, I think it's finally coming through to us there, what you just said a little while ago. Were you suggesting that we move the TIG up 30 minutes?
Nope, not at all. We're just giving you excess information. Just saying if you had any problem at all, it could be slipped.
Oh, okay, slipped 30 minutes. Okay, that's better.
Right. You guys are pretty fast, though.
Yeah, it kind of surprised us.
I guess that's what happens when you cut a lot out of a checklist.
Yep. Yeah, we've taken about 1,000 pictures in between steps there, too.
Of course, Alaska is a potentially great place to fly because in a lot of places that's how they get stuff. Otherwise, it's too remote, but well, would like it to look better than this. No, KSB looking clouds? Well, sort of like the volumetric clouds, I suppose. So we've got some time.
GNC and Telemute from flight. GNC. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Control and Telemute from flight. Go ahead. Raj, just,
Imports?
give you my
What do you mean?
There. I'd say within about 5 minutes after the burn, I'm going to come around to you for a final status check on all the systems, and immediately thereafter I'm going to start powering down. FIDO and guidance from flight. Go. I assume you monitored that. I'd say within about 5 minutes after cutoff on the burn, I'll come around for a status check among all the flight.
Oh, I imagine a lot of things are expensive in Alaska, yeah. Especially if people are living far out from things, yeah.
I have a power down checklist, and Charlie Duke and I'm going to run through it here shortly. Okay.
Well, that's how the pilots make a living, right? They have to be paid to bring the stuff out to them.
Okay, Houston Aquarius, radio check.
Loud and clear, Fred.
Okay, I had a change in the background noise. Just wondered if you're still on.
Right.
Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 46 minutes now into the flight. We're 41 minutes away from scheduled time of ignition on our parasynthian plus 2-hour burn for the Apollo 13. Apollo 13 now 3,664 nautical miles out from the moon. Velocity now reading 4,913 feet per second.
I believe to provide your ranging. I understand this has been coordinated between you and INCO and Telemu.
Ranging or Doppler?
Excuse me, Doppler.
Okay, and that would be for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, I think the power down checklist will give you Doppler all the way.
Great, no problem at all.
Is that correct, INCO?
That's affirmative, flight.
Okay.
Range function will not be enabled, but we'll have Doppler.
Roger.
Well, we're getting from really bad stuff back there, potentially better textures, slightly in front of us here. Maybe. And Anchorage is on the radar. That's that cluster of stuff right at the edge, at the top of the map there.
Bill, I'd like one final verification from you guys that free drift is an acceptable attitude control after the burn.
Okay, we'll check it out. Come back to you.
We've sent that over, flight. We'll get some answer back ASAP.
Was that mapped by a satellite?
Several times, but that's my intention.
I don't know. Are you talking what? Which bit are you talking about? If you're talking about the landscape here that we see, they should be planes probably. If it's really blurry, it might be a satellite. I mean, these days they could get satellite stuff that's better, but I don't think they have. Maybe some of it's satellite these days. I don't know exactly how they purchased the imagery. Either way, planes or satellites could work. Well, Alaska does have a lot of mountains. And those are especially icy ones. Well, the one thing they can't get is imagery from a spy satellite. would be nice, but no. Okay, getting close to the descent point. Roughly speaking, the descent point is 3 times the first 2 digits of your altitude in nautical miles. So 33 times 3, 99 nautical miles away from our destination. I can start a little bit early. How did I come up with... Well, I came up with the name Tyler Reyes. That was a character in stories that I was writing. And then Reyes Aerospace, and then Reyes Space is just a shortening of that. Curious. Well, it's not a Genshin Impact character, so I don't think you're that curious. Not that kind of character.
Guidance from flight.
Go flying.
Guidance from flight. Go ahead, flying.
No. I wrote sci-fi. I still write sci-fi things. Okay, now I'll start descending.
Flight procedures, we're writing a checkpoint. Roger. Okay, everybody, we're coming up at about 30 minutes to burn time. Let's keep the chatter down a bit, please.
Well, it looks like we didn't quite capture the actual burn. But he's talking like they've been chatting a lot so far. I guess we aren't picking all the stuff up.
Telemuth in flight. Meet me in AFD conference, please. Roger. Telemuth in flight. Is your water consumption corresponding to the electrical power loads we're drawing out?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, all flight controllers, you might spend about the next 20 minutes reviewing all of the data, all of the procedures we've given to the crew, the pad data, the ground rules we've discussed. I'll be coming around to you at about T-minus 10 minutes for a final go-no-go for the burn. So that'll give you about 20 minutes.
You're surprised I still have fuel left? Why?
Control Houston, 78 hours, 57 minutes now on the flight. Flight Director Gene Krantz just advising his team that he'll go around the room.
You know,
about,
flights longer than
minutes,
4 hours happen,
go
right?
Burn. We now show Apollo 13 at 41.
You know, I want to
46
capture the
nautical
burn,
miles away from the moon,
so I'm gonna get to the go-no-go bit.
and at a velocity of 4,791 feet per second.
Jump ahead a little bit, since we're not in real time anyway.
All flight controllers, I'm coming around the horn. Go-no-go for the burn. Retro? Go, flight. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telemute. Go. GNC.
Apollo Control Houston, 79 hours,
Sir,
17
go.
minutes.
Go.
Flight
Go,
Director
flight.
Gene
AFC.
Krantz now
Go.
going around the
FAO.
room for a go-no-go status from each member of his team.
Capcom, we're go for the burn. Ready? Okay, all flight controllers, let's watch his
We're go for
final
the burn.
switch
Apollo 13
configuration.
now 5,039 nautical miles away from the moon, traveling at a speed of 4,616 feet per second.
Aquarius Houston, over.
Well, it's not that long range. I mean,
Jim, you are
considering
go
a
for the
plane
burn.
of its
Go for the
class. Business jets can often have longer range. This has about 1,700 nautical miles. This flight was 1,200 and a bit. This is the manual Lemburn. Yeah. They're very quiet. I'll move a little bit ahead.
Control, is he in burn attitude now?
That's affirmative, flight.
Okay.
You have all your call-outs ready in there, Pings, on this throttle?
Roger.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston. We're a little over 6 minutes now away from time of scheduled ignition. 79 hours, 21 minutes. Meanwhile, in Mission Control, both the viewing room and the floor of the Mission Operations Control Room have filled up with a considerable number of people. Among those here tonight are Dr. Thomas Payne, NASA Administrator, Mr. George Lowe, Deputy Administrator of NASA, Frank Borman, who commanded the flight of Apollo 8 and Gemini 7,
Control 8.
and a flying companion named Jim
Being compensated by us on all
Manning is here.
accelerometers is less than .00.
Al Shepard, commander of Apollo 14, is on the Mocher floor at this time, as is Ed Mitchell, the lunar module pilot, along with Stu Russa, who is scheduled to fly in the command module for that flight.
Looking good, fly.
How about you, Control? Looking good, fly. Telling you, you happy?
We're coming up on 5 minutes until scheduled time of ignition. Gene Kranz is checked with a couple of his systems, members of his flight control team who monitor systems. They indicate they're happy with the data they're looking at now. We're standing by.
I don't know who that guy is, but
Continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
I trust that the little clips that it shows are actually at least timed somewhat at the right time.
79 hours, 23 minutes into the flight, we show Apollo 13 at 5,263 nautical miles relative to the moon, and traveling at a velocity of 4,578 feet per second.
Guidance, you still happy?
Roger, fly.
Control, you happy with the DAP configuration?
We need a verb 65 in a few minutes, Mike.
Okay.
Do it right now, I think.
Say again, guidance?
He hadn't done anything.
Okay, see
Apollo
ya,
Houston,
sheeps.
less than 3
We're about
minutes
50
away now
nautical
from
miles
scheduled
out,
time of
about
ignition.
10 minutes.
As we look at one of our displays in
Looks like he's doing it
Mission
now.
Control Center, we see that Apollo
He's doing it
13's
now.
lunar
Right.
module is now in program 40. That's the descent propulsion system thrusting program.
2 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the mark. Mark. Or that was standby.
What was that, Mark?
Standby. That was
Well, I guess
incorrect.
we'll follow the approach that
minutes.
we have there.
Counting down to 3 minutes, and I'll give you a mark, and I'll take into consideration 2 seconds. Mark.
Guidance is on board. TIG looks okay, doesn't it?
Yes.
Raj, Capcom, we're happy with his on-board TIG.
TIG again is the time of ignition.
79 hours, 25 minutes into the flight. Apollo 13 now at a distance of 5,349 nautical miles away from the moon.
Bottom page 17.
Velocity now reading 4,564 feet per second relative to the
Okay, well,
moon.
he's coming up there. He's just slightly behind. If you don't see it by 1 minute and 30 seconds, let me know, Control. Roger.
Alaska needs improvement.
Less than 2 minutes away now from scheduled time of ignition. Velocity reading 4,560 feet per second. Distance from the moon 5,383 nautical miles.
You happy now, Control?
We got it, Mike. Very good.
How about propellant quantity monitor descent 1? Did you get it?
Roger, we only got one reading on it now, Mike. Okay. You happy? We're good. Okay. Tell me how you're looking. We're okay. Rod, guidance, how you doing?
He's done everything but 470 reading.
When did he do for that?
A couple of minutes ago. It's his rock.
Okay.
One minute away now from scheduled time of ignition.
Roger.
Apollo 13 now 5,426 nautical miles out from the moon, traveling at a speed of 4,552 feet per second.
Guidance, how you looking?
Looking good.
Raj, how about you, Control? You good, Mike? Okay, tell me. Looking good. Raj, I'll stand by for all of your reports during the burn.
Less than 30 seconds away.
Get time. Raj.
Average G on.
Raj.
Engine is armed, standing by.
Contact. Raj. We have ignition. Raj.
Ground confirms ignition.
40%. Raj, 40%.
Houston copies.
Stable Control. Looks good now, Mike. Raj.
Attitude looks good at this point.
Roger.
FTP. Raj, FTP. Full stable.
Let's get it FTP. Looks good. TTP now.
How you looking, Control? Roger. Looking good, Flight. How about you, guys?
Looking good.
Raj, Capcom, looking good here.
For us, Houston, you're looking good.
Roger.
1 minute now into the burn.
Let me know how the rate compares.
Okay, do you realize you stacked this throttle up manually?
Okay,
1 minute.
Be advised, Flight, he backed the throttle up manually to 100%. Raj, good thinking.
Throttle left, right, 26 seconds.
How you doing, guys?
Hello.
Looking good.
Control. Looking good, Flight. Telling you?
Looking good.
Raj.
Yes, looks good. FTP.
This is looking good, Flight. Raj, dips.
Dips is looking good. 2 minutes into the burn.
2 minutes.
Chris, you were looking good at 2 minutes. Still looking good.
2 minutes, Roger.
Good. 9900.
Velocity building up. Disky shows we've gained 451 feet per second at this time.
Yeah, TTP is a little bit high.
How you looking, guidance?
Looking good.
Control. Looking good, Flight. Telling you. Good. Raj.
Okay, master caution here.
All systems are looking good.
What was that for?
3 minutes into the burn.
Chris, your go at 3 minutes.
No, no failures.
Roger.
She is big Flight coming in. Raj.
Let me turn the pressurization down.
onboard display shows less than a minute to go in the burn now.
Looking real good, Mike. Tell me.
Okay. Trailer launch here.
Flight might remind us to descent reg 1 off at 10 seconds.
Coming up on 4 minutes into the burn.
Capcom, reminder, descent
Don't
reg
forget,
1 off.
Descent reg 1 off, 10 seconds to go.
Shut down.
Roger, shut
Engine
down.
off. Roger, engine off.
That was Commander Jim Lovell reporting shutdown. The engine is off. We're at 79 hours, 32 minutes into the flight.
Say again?
Okay, all flight controllers, let's watch them go through the securing of this system.
Dip to the arm, Roger.
You got engine arm off? Got control?
Take in play.
Is the engine disarmed?
Disarm.
Are you reading 1640 Houston?
Roger, fine.
Roger, we're reading it.
We'll proceed. Here's our residuals.
Roger, very small.
Follow control.
We got him.
Roger.
79 hours, 33 minutes, 5,707 nautical
Okay,
miles
tell me,
out
let's
from the
watch
burn at
it
this
here
time.
from the burn.
I say that was a good burn.
Roger, now we want to power down as soon as possible.
Roger, we will,
Oh,
Capcom.
wrong
Roger,
ILS
understand.
actually.
Tell me, flight.
Tell me.
I'd like to start powering down all the functions with the exception of those necessary for establishment of this passive thermal control.
Okay.
Okay.
We're at 79 hours.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead.
Suggest maybe that you just read off the circuit breakers you wanted to power down as you did yesterday for us.
Okay, we have a procedure ready to send up to you here in about 2 minutes. Let us know when you're all ready to take it.
Flight FAL.
FAL.
With the PTC
Okay.
procedure with explanations will be ready in about 10.
Okay.
Okay, is it going to be better to write this on a blank page, Lance, or can we use some portion of the power down, let's say, in a contingency book that already exists?
Stand by one.
Capcom, why don't you advise the crew that it's our recommendation that we try to establish some kind of passive thermal control. We've got a procedure that'll be up to them in about 7 to 10 minutes. Okay, in the meantime, let's see if we can get some of our communications functions off. Why don't you identify those functions where you can pull the circuit breakers now to start powering down and just leave those functions necessary for PTC.
Well, Anchorage is somewhere over to the right. We're just taking a standard approach as indicated by the plan here.
Aquarius Houston. I assume you had tracking through the burn and you've got tracking now, right?
That's the firm plan.
Go ahead.
Slight delay here, Jim. It'll be a couple of minutes before we read that up to you. And we're looking at the contingency checklist, power down. And that's on page 5. We might be getting that out while
to go with a
we get all ready to give it to
the
you.
LGC clock to burn to within a little over a tenth of a second long. Right.
Apollo Control, Houston, 79 hours, 37 minutes into the flight.
Vance, would you say that page number again? Page 5 doesn't make sense.
Okay, make that power 5 in the contingency checklist, Fred. And it's the
That's better.
middle part of the page. It starts emergency power down, and we'll mark that up.
We're at 79 hours, 37 minutes into the flight. Guidance reported that the burn duration was literally right on the money.
Power 5, emergency power down.
Okay, but hold off on it because we might have to start PTC up again here, and that's the point that's being resolved right at the moment, so stand by.
Okay.
Okay, canards moving forward.
Apollo Control, Houston, the term PTC, passive
Control for flight. Red flight. Have you gotten together with
thermal
the flight dynamics guys to establish the attitude you want to use for
barbecue mode,
the
which has been used on previous
initialization of
flights?
the
There's
PTC?
a discussion in the control center now as to whether or not we should continue in that mode during the coast phase in. We're at 79 hours, 39 minutes into the flight and continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Flight control. Go control.
Well, looking not too bad right now anyway. The ground, I mean.
35 maneuvers. Okay.
Yep, there's the track coming in.
Apollo Control, Houston, 79 hours, 40 minutes into the mission. We show Apollo 13 at 6,003 nautical miles out from the moon at this time, traveling at a speed of 4,980 feet per second.
Okay, off of autopilot.
Flight bottom.
Oh, okay. A little bit wobbly.
Flight FAO.
Go FAO.
The attitude that we've looked at is the normal PTC attitude for Trans-Earth Coast, and for the limb that would be a 90-degree pitch, and they can pick the yaw angle that they're at now. That's the limb pilot yaw angle.
Go ahead, Houston. Okay, we're ready to give you the procedure, which will power you down a good bit. And after the PTC is going, maybe we can give you further information. If you're ready to copy, starting the middle of the page, power 5. Okay, go ahead, man. Okay. After number 1, first line, cross out and VHF-A. Second line, cross out simplex operation. Third line, cross out prime.
Okay, which bit there is the runway?
Power amp off.
Looks like the bit on the right here.
Be replaced by off. And that's the second prime in that line. Also in the third line, the last word off should be crossed out and replaced by PCM. Fourth line is okay. Fifth line, which is VHF voice, on, comma, off, comma, off.
Flight info.
Cross out.
Go and go.
On the power amp, we want to leave the switch in prime and turn the
lighting
power amp off by pulling the breaker.
Floods, which is the next line,
What are you talking about? Are you
should
talking
be
about
off,
some
but add the
deviation
following,
from a checklist
or
tell him you've given name
overhead,
before?
What he's reading up right now,
forward,
he said turn the power amp switch from prime to off. I'd like to leave it in prime.
Will you please
pull the
get
breaker.
together with Telemu and have him make that
okay,
correction,
step
please?
2 remains the same, no change for the moment. Standby. Skip step 2. Do not do it. Just go on to step 3, which is configure circuit breakers per the chart. That takes us to page power 6. Why don't you give me a read back on what you had on power 5, Fredo?
Okay, on power 5, emergency power down. Item 1. First line, I scratched and VHF-A. Second line, simplex operation. Third line, I
It's a bumpy runway.
replaced the second prime, which is the power amp, with an off. And the last word in that line is off, replaced it with PCM. Fourth line is okay. Fifth line, I scratched the whole line. Lighting,
Okay, where's the
we haven't
taxiway?
used much yet, so we'll just leave them off. Exterior lighting off. Scratch line 2, and I'm now on power 6, waiting for your update on the
Flight
CD
retro. Go retro. Off the confirmed maneuver, it says we at plus 24 hours. Meaning 100.
Probably the parking's off to the right, but I mean for a little fellow like me.
Okay,
But
power
I'll
6
park with the big
refers to
fellows
panel
over here.
11. You should
There's a
go
little plane
per
over there.
the chart, with the exception of those breakers that I call out. First line is okay. Or let's say first row. Second row,
Well, we're back in the United States.
quad 4, TCA.
Well, we were
closed.
back in the United States in the last video
Quad
too,
3,
because we landed in the
TCA
Aleutian
closed.
Islands.
Quad
but this
TCA
feels a
closed.
little bit
And
more
quad
like
1
it.
TCA closed.
That's still
The rest of
quite
that row is
exotic
okay.
out there. I'll
Row
take the
3.
next slot.
About halfway over. Atka pings closed. Okay, rest of that line is okay. Fourth line. Heater, standby.
Those stay close.
Okay, that line is all okay, with the exception of the last
All
3
right,
circuit breakers
so
spread
we've made it to
under
Anchorage.
pings, which
They've
is,
finished their burn,
LGC Disky,
and they're on their
IMU
way back to
standby,
Earth.
IMU operate.
And
Those 3 should
so,
be closed,
yes, we are there. We are here. So,
at least for the
with
time
that,
being.
I'll wrap it up for today. I'll pause that audio, and probably they're not going to say a whole lot on the way back, but I'll see. There is a CO2 alarm. Maybe we'll pick it up with the CO2 alarm and the whole CO2 adapter thing. But that's pretty short, actually. I'll think about that. Alright, so with that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you folks next time.